Good morning. If you would all please take a seat, I know you're enjoying the company of each person, but we want to get started on time. We have a lot to do today, and we're going to try to get ahead of the rain. And so please take a seat. Please cut off your cell phones. If you'll cut those off, that will help us. Oh, they're still coming in. And we had set up a lot of those. Huh? Would the members of the committee please join us around the horseshoe here? Well, good morning again, and thank you for coming today to the House Rural Development Council. And at this time, I would like to introduce our co-chair, uh, Representative Mac Jackson. And Representative Jackson is going to open us with prayer at this time.
Thank you, Chairman Green.
You will be.
Thank you, Chairman Green. Good morning to everybody, and thank you for being here with us on today. Let's bow our heads. Father, we thank you for this day. We ask for your mercy and your grace as we carry out the business of this great state of Georgia. We thank you for being able to be here, Lord, and we ask for your blessings. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Chairman Jackson. At this time, I would like to introduce the person that has made this available, this building, this day available, and that is Tom McCall, the president of the Georgia Farm Bureau. And Tom, if you'll come forward and tell us. Tom is our old friend, member of the legislature for many years, and still a great advocate for agriculture throughout the state of Georgia. And thank you, Tom, for everything, your staff that has worked so diligently to make this happen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad you said staff because they're the ones that have done a lot of the work. But welcome, y'all, to Georgia Farm Bureau. You know, we are proud you're here. We are the largest general farm organization in the state of Georgia. And by us being that and affiliated with American, we are the largest general farm organization in America. So what we do is look after rural Georgia. And we were started in 1937, and our specific stated purpose is to be able to represent farmers in the legislative arena. That was in 1937, and 86 years later, we still have that specific purpose. But I just want to tell you a little bit for a second, if you'll let me, Mr. Chairman, about what we do and why every one of y'all ought to be a member as far as that goes. But, you know, agriculture in Georgia contributes $73 billion to the economy, and our farmers in Georgia produce everything from apples to zucchini. And one thing I'm going to ask y'all to do, there's a thing called CUVA and there's a thing called GATE. That helps our farmers stay in business. So if somebody wants to start monkeying around with either one of those, I'm asking y'all to not let them monkey around, especially with GATE. So, and there's some conversations going on, but we represent each one of those producers through our policies that our people work for when they come and talk to y'all, that are developed at a grassroots level by your constituents in the counties where we have 158 different county offices. We have somewhere around 245,000 member families And if you're counting votes, I said family, so that rolled into about 500,000 votes. So I know politicians count votes every once in a while. That's just a little bit about what our federation is about, but we not only advocate for farmers, agriculture, natural resources, and rural Georgia, we protect our member families from loss by being the largest domicile insurance company in the state of Georgia. It is owned by our members, and we provide the best customer service in the market anywhere. You know, there's other companies that have a place, and some of them sell insurance, but I can promise you this: you don't have the cell phone number to the president of Allstate or State Farm or any of them. And if you look right in front of you, you got the cell phone number to Farm Bureau Insurance. We also own a life insurance company with 9 other southern states, and we own a bank, part of a bank that Gerald was asking me that yesterday. We're paying somewhere around 4.5% interest on CDs. So, you know, if you want to be a member and dig your money up out of your mayonnaise jars like Daryl did and let it be making a little bit, we welcome you. The other thing I want you to do is pray a little bit. We don't want this hurricane on a whole bunch of different levels. We just hope it slows down a little bit before it gets to Georgia. I texted the Florida president today, and they are real worried about it. But if you are a Georgia Farm Bureau member, this is your building. If you are not a Georgia Farm Bureau member, we can remedy that today. And if you look at the other little card in front of you with our new mascot, Lucky, who is actually a real dog, a real Australian Shepherd farm dog, and you do the little squiggly QR code, it will take you, I'm sorry, I must have hit something. That's my technology. It will take you straight to how you can become a Farm Bureau member for only $35 a year. And if you back out of that, that ain't but a half a Coca-Cola a week to be a member of the largest farm organization that takes care of rural Georgia. So, you know, it's great to see all my old friends. Some of you is older than others, but anyway, I miss y'all. I don't necessarily miss maybe some of the stuff you have to deal with. But thank y'all for coming to Farm Bureau. Thank you for doing what you do, especially for rural Georgia. And we at Farm Bureau want to be at your service and your first and most trusted resource when it comes to ag issues or water issues or rural Georgia issues, even insurance and tort reform issues. We would love to talk to you about that kind of stuff. You know, we have the best employees and staff, somewhere around 1,200 or 1,300. I don't know exactly what the number is, that I have ever been lucky enough to work with. And I want to thank today our public policy team, our executive team, our public relations team, the field service team, and especially our building and maintenance team that set up all this and what's upstairs for you. They all know, like most of y'all know when you knew me back in the legislature, that I couldn't do what I do without y'all's friend Jane. You'll see the little candy dishes. There's flowers in the ladies' bathrooms. There's flowers upstairs that she was picking out of her zinnia patch Sunday when it was 100 degrees. So even the landscaping out front, y'all know I can't do what I do. But I don't know how much of our staff people are here. Would y'all just wave? We the executive team and our public policy. And if y'all remember, when I was fortunate enough to sit in Chairman Dickey's office, there was a popcorn machine. We moved part of it down here, so there's popcorn back there for y'all whenever you want it. That office on 5th floor that they let me sit in at this time is open to you anytime you through Macon or anytime it is open to you. And there's one thing that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. I don't know how many of y'all walked in the front door, but you might have got a whiff or something out there. I know Chairman Corbett's favorite thing is hemp and marijuana, but there's some kind of flower. There's some kind of flower out there that we were here one night and thought some of the cleaning crew was smoking weed over in a car. So if you get a whiff of it, it ain't marijuana. It's some flower. But anyway, thank y'all very much for coming. Please holler at us if you need anything, Mr. Chairman. Both of y'all, Chairman, thank you for coming to Farm Bureau. We are at your disposal anytime you need us, and we look forward to working with y'all to take care of rural Georgia and agriculture. So appreciate y'all.
Thank you so much, Tom. At this time, we're going to ask Representative Dale Washburn, and then I'll turn it over to Chairman Mac Jackson for another introduction.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chairman Green and Chairman Jackson and Vice Chairman John Corbett. And I welcome all of the members of the Regional Development Council to House District 144. I'm honored to be the representative from District 144, of course. It's a great district. I told somebody a minute ago, I got the best district in the state. I've got North Bibb County, a big part of Monroe County, and a big part of Jones County. And so I am honored to be here with you today, and we appreciate you coming to Macon. In a few minutes, I'm going to introduce our mayor, and I'm going to let him tell you some things about Macon and some of the good things that are going on here and the good things he is doing here. I appreciate all that you do. Obviously, there are two Georgias, as we often hear about. There's Metro Atlanta and our other cities, and then there's rural Georgia. And of course, we have some challenges in rural Georgia, and we're working hard to do things to address those challenges and concerns. And I appreciate all your hard work in that process. I'm blessed in my district because I represent one of the largest cities, the northern portion of one of the largest cities in Georgia, but I also have some rural areas, and so I'm delighted to have that mix. I want to thank you for all the work you've done, and then I want to ask you to consider some other work on a couple of topics before I close. I appreciate so much everything you've done. One of our greatest successes, of course, has been the expansion of broadband. And that was a great success that we have had, great combination, great partnership that has done an awful lot for rural Georgia and will continue to do that. Before I introduce the mayor, this is one state representative who would like to ask you to think about a couple of things in your work as we go forward. We know, Mr. Chairman, we got a big surplus right now, and some of this has to do with how we might think about using that surplus. I know that's not your decision to make, but you can have a voice in the process. We are working hard, of course, to develop rural Georgia, and we think about economic development. There are two components I would like to ask you to think about as we go forward. One is housing. We need housing in rural Georgia. We need infrastructure, and of course, that's where some of that surplus funding could come into play. If you put in water and sewer, which is very expensive, I believe growth will go to some of the rural counties in Georgia relative to housing. If you have water and sewer, you can put more houses to the acre. And President McCall, that uses up less farmland if we put more houses to the acre. By the way, before I leave the subject of President McCall, I am very proud to have the Georgia Farm Bureau here in District 144. And I meant to mention that to start with, Mr. President. I apologize that I forgot. I'm delighted to have them here. Donna and I don't live but about 3 miles away from them. And so it always warms my heart when I turn on I-75 to head north when I look right at the Georgia Farm Bureau. So I appreciate that. I think we should be thinking about what we can do to enhance housing in rural Georgia. We have some areas that doesn't have as much room as we have in rural Georgia for housing, and our families need a place to live. Our workforce needs a place to live. The other issue that I would like to ask you to think about is health care. Obviously, health care is a challenge, and especially in rural Georgia, where we have hospitals closing and we have problems delivering good health care. if we believe that all Georgians deserve good health care, and I believe we do believe that, if we believe that, this is one representative who believes it's time for us to do some bold, innovative thinking about what we should do to help fund good health care for all Georgians. Rural Georgia needs it. South Georgia in particular needs it. And I hope that you will continue to think about those things as we go forward. I am honored to be here. I want to thank you again for coming. Now, before I leave, I want to introduce our mayor. We have Mayor Lester Miller here with us today. And Mayor Miller is working very hard to address problems in Macon and Bibb County, and he's meeting with success. I'm not going to plow the ground ahead of him. I'm going to let him tell you about some of the things he's doing. We're very proud of our downtown and what's going on there, and some other things that he'll tell you more about. So please help me recognize and welcome Mayor Lester Miller.
Thank you, Representative Washburn. And I see two of my other local delegations here, so I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize Ms. Miriam Parrish, as well as Mr. Robert Dickey. Thank you both for being here today, and thank you for all the work. What he didn't tell you is because of those three, along with the great work of the citizens of Macon-Bibb County, our millage rate is down almost 50% in 3 years. So I don't think anybody across the state of Georgia can say that. That is good for all business. So thank you for what you continue to do. It's also my pleasure to be here and one of our best partners in all of Macon-Bibb County, and that's at the Georgia Farm Bureau. Not too long ago, we endeavored to take on a situation we had at Brookdale Resource Center. Many of you may know about that, but that is one of our transition places for those experiencing homelessness. The very basic necessity outside of shelter is good food. And despite getting good quality pricing that we get at our local food bank at about 19% a pound, we wanted to make sure that the men and women there at that resource center could have some good fresh fruits and vegetables. We also want to make sure those children there know that you don't get your milk directly from Kroger or Publix. It comes from another source. And you don't get those good green beans and that squash and those fresh peaches and all those other great things that we have in our community from a store only. They need to know how that operates. But we also wanted them to know that, look, there's light at the end of the tunnel. We want to make sure that you know there are good quality jobs and economic development in the field of agriculture. And we continue to do that. We harp on it through our College and Career Academy. We ask you as leaders in the state to create more pathways for good quality jobs so we can provide a workforce to help improve that. You know, I go back to a time just a couple of years ago that I had the pleasure to speak to David Ralston, toward the end of his life. And Shaw Blackman asked me to be at an event in his neighborhood there. And I went there for a little reception. And I just wanted some small talk with the legend. And I had some conversation with him, and he brought up, not this council specifically, but he talked about, at that time, I think we were probably 7 years of the best place to do business in the United States. And he talked about how we need to make sure that that trickles down to everywhere, including our rural communities, and how we need to level the playing field. And that's something that kind of stuck with me through our process. So we continue to educate our people here in Macon-Bibb County on the importance of that. We've got an expansion out there at Brookdale that we talked about. That's going to involve making sure that we have chickens there so they can produce that free fertilizer that we get, so we can actually replenish that garden there. I'll tell you this, so far in the last 60 days, we have grown 2,458 pounds of fresh fruits and vegetables, enough food that'll feed that Brookdale Resource Center for over a year for 150 people. And it's saving us a lot of money. So we certainly appreciate that. So on behalf of Macon-Bibb County, we are doing well. We have a thriving downtown. We have a world-class amphitheater coming to Macon-Bibb County. We also have the world's largest indoor pickleball coming to Macon-Bibb County. Believe it or not, it's going to be the first of its kind, 32 courts indoor, heated and cooled. Going to host a lot of tournaments here. Going to have a lot of fun there. Going to grow a lot of business here in Macon-Bibb County, which will help our taxpayers thanks to the OLAS. But it'll be the first of a kind, and we're thinking outside the box, and we really have a lot of great things coming in our community. So on behalf of the mayor of Macon-Bibb County, myself, and the 9 commissioners that I had to work with each and every day, I want to welcome you here to our community. Those that are traveling here, please spend all the money you can while you're here. We certainly could use your sales tax today. Our citizens would appreciate, our small business would appreciate that. But while you're here, if you should have any issues whatsoever, please don't hesitate to call me. I have an open door policy at my office there, walk right into City Hall, and you'll see my door wide open, literally. So I thank you for your time here today. Once again, thank you for the Farm Bureau for being an excellent partner for Macon-Bibb County, and thank you for our local delegation for continuing to serve the needs of our community and working hand in hand beside our local county commission. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate those comments, and we certainly are enjoying our time here in Macon. Chairman Jackson, if you'll introduce another local representative here.
Thank you, Chairman Green. I want to introduce Representative Miriam Parrish from District 142 right here in Macon, Georgia.
Hey, everybody, to my colleagues and to everyone that's present today. Just want to say welcome to Macon, Georgia. This is my home. I'm a fourth generation Maconite, and I'm very proud of my city. It's a lot of things to do here. We want to thank you all for having your event here in Macon. And as the mayor said, one of our foremost things is that you please leave your indelible mark that you were here by spending your tax dollars before you leave. That's real important to us because we're trying to do everything we can to make ends meet. But we just want to welcome you to Macon. Our slogan is where soul lives. You know, Macon is where the architect of rock and roll, Little Richard, the Allman Brothers, Otis Redding, and the list goes on and on. We just want to welcome you to our rich history. We are celebrating our 200th, our bicentennial anniversary this year. So please help join us in our celebration of this great city. Thank you and welcome, welcome, welcome to Macon.
Thank you, Representative Parrish, for taking time out of your busy schedule and coming by here to welcome everybody. Chairman Green.
Thank you. On behalf of the state of Georgia, I would like to invite to the podium our Majority Leader, Chuck Efstration.
Well, thank you so much, Chairman Green, and thank you, Co-Chairman Jackson. It's an honor to be here with all of you today. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to join you here. My 5-year-old at school was asked what he wants to do when he grows up, and he very enthusiastically said he wants to be a farmer. And so I may invite him to come along with me to one of your subsequent meetings if that's all right. I think he'd love to participate. I just think that the Speaker Ralston was referenced just a moment ago, and the legacy that has been left through his initial creation of the Rural Development Council and the tremendous work that this council has done over the years, I think is very clear. Issues that are important to rural Georgia are important to all Georgians, and that cannot be forgotten. It's something that we must continue to prioritize at the state capitol, and I'm very appreciative for each and every member who's on this board, and look forward to seeing the great recommendations and work that you'll do. Thank you again, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. We're going to start with Chairman Perkle over there and let him come around and introduce the members of the council here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clay Perkle. I represent, well, I'm a dirt farmer. I farm in Turner County and Irwin County. I represent Turner, Irwin, Tift, Coffee counties in South Georgia.
Thank you. I'm Matt Hatchett. I'm from Dublin. I've been on this council since it started and looking forward to seeing what else we might be able to do to help rural Georgia. Let's see, I'm not a dirt farmer, but I grew up raising cattle and everything related to that.
I'm Noel Williams, House District 148. I'm out of Cordele. I represent all of Crisp, Pulaski, Wilcox, South and Central Houston, and a portion of Ben Hill. I'm happy to be here and look forward to today. Thank you.
Representative Steve Tarvin, District 2. I represent parts of Walker, Whitfield, and Catoosa County in northwest Georgia. This is my first meeting on the council, and I am a rural Georgian, raised on a farm and poultry and cattle farm, and I'm glad to be involved. We definitely need development in rural Georgia.
I'm Bill Yerta, District 152, which is Worth, Lee, and a portion of Daugherty County, and I'm just excited to be here and do things that we can do to advance rural Georgia. Thank you.
I'm Bill Werkheiser, represent Tattnall, Evans, Appling, and Jeff Davis County. Retired from the printing business and just do some real estate right now.
Hi, I'm Lisa Hagan. I represent House District 156. That's part of Tattnall, Telfair, and Ben Hill counties, and all of Toombs, Montgomery, Wheeler counties down just east of here, between here and Savannah. Happy to be here and learn about the needs of rural Georgia and see what we can do to push us forward. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lynn Smith, Representative Smith from House District 70, Coweta, parts of Coweta, and parts of Carroll. I've always represented a large rural area part of the state, but unfortunately Atlanta's nearby and we're becoming urban in certain areas. And so I really get to experience all the problems of that kind of growth and how important it is to be good conservationists for our state. I also chair House Natural Resource and Environment Committee, which means I wear a bullseye on my back, but I'm always happy to do whatever I can to balance the needs and resources of our state.
Rick Jaspers, House District 11 up in Pickens, the northern part of Cherokee and Forsyth. You know, Lynn, I'm like you. I thought they were going to throw me off this thing when I got part of Forsyth County in the last 3 districts, but been a member as Hatchett was since the beginning of this, with Chairman England and Chairman Powell, and enjoy it. Look forward to working to see what we can do for our great state.
Do it again.
There you go. I'm Alan Powell. I represent the 33rd District. I represent Hart, Franklin, and Madison County in northeast Georgia, and you just can't get to Macon real easy from up there. I'll just tell you. Served on this council for the last few years. It's been a great experience. I would make an observation that northeast Georgia was one of the best hid secrets in the world until the pandemic. We used to complain about folks from the Northeast moving down there. Now we got folks from California. So I would caution the folks about rural Georgia. We have another pandemic. There probably won't be anything rural left in Georgia. So for those folks in rural Georgia who keep saying they want growth, be careful what you ask for. You're going to probably get it.
My name is Mac Jackson. I represent District 128. Washington County, the kaolin capital of the world, Hancock County, Glasscock County, Warren County, parts of Baldwin, and parts of McDuffie County. And I've been on this council since its inception in 2017. And the great work that we've been doing on this council, we pray that we can continue the legacy that the late Speaker David Ralston envisioned for this council. But thank everybody for being here today. And we hopefully we can provide legislation that will benefit rural Georgia.
I'm Gerald Green. I'm the other co-chair of this particular council. I represent District 154 down in southwest Georgia. I have 9 counties there, and I'm not going to try to name them all because I'll probably leave one out. You know, this council has made great improvements in legislation and appropriations. And you'll hear and look and see that most of the individuals around here serve on the Appropriations Committee. And we are fortunate to have Matt Hatchett as the chairman of the Appropriations Committee. We had Terry England, now he's Chief of Staff and a longtime member of this committee. And most of these individuals are individuals that are concerned about agriculture. In fact, all of them are. That's why they serve on this. And we're just glad to have each and every one of them. We have several members that could not make it. They are concerned about, they're from deep in South Georgia, and they are having concerns about the weather. And so we will keep them in prayer and concern as we move forward. But thank y'all for what you've done to set this up for us all.
Is it on? Yeah. Representative Robert Dickey. I represent District 145, all the parts of 5 counties right here in Middle Georgia that surround Macon. Glad everyone's here in Middle Georgia. I'm a tree farmer. As Chairman Perkles is a dirt farmer, I guess I'll grow peaches and pine trees and pecan trees. So I'm glad this council and everybody realizes the importance of agriculture to the health of rural Georgia, and I'm a big advocate for that. So I'm glad to be here. Glad this council's here. It's been very important, Chairman, as you said, to all of Georgia and especially rural Georgia.
My name is Penny Houston. I represent Berrien, Cook, and Tift County. That's part of Tift and part of Cook. I share Tift with Representative Perkle. And I have been on this council since 2017, and I'm so proud to serve on it. I grew up in a rural area, Calhoun County, and I still have farm interest in Calhoun County. And I'm a member of the Farm Bureau. Thank you.
I'm Al Williams. I represent Liberty County. I might be the only legislature from rural Georgia that represents one county, and that's the best county, County of Liberty. I'm enjoying the service here on this great committee, and I thank Representative Washburn with some things he said, and I would certainly hope that we look a little out of the box, because we need to investigate the allocation system for water in Georgia. Don't care how much you're standing on. If you cannot draw it, it ain't much good to you. Thank you.
Well, thank all of you for coming. I'd also like to introduce our legislative council, and he'll speak just moments here.
So as the chairman said, my name's Vince Wiegand, and I'm not a legislator, but as a legislative counsel, I definitely look forward to seeing what the committee comes up with and drafting legislation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're running a little bit ahead, but that's good. That's good. And at this time, we'll call on the Georgia Farm Bureau president. We'll set up for the presentation here. And by the way, while we're waiting, y'all please see Stacy Williams. Oh, there Stacy is my admin, and she's going to be taking care of some housekeeping things for you. If you'll make sure you get certain things from her and sign the roster over there, please. And Leo, we thank you so much for what you've done to make sure all of this works. So if y'all need anything, see Leo as well. And then we have our house group over here, the media. So watch what you say. Thank you.
Well, good morning. My name is Adam Bellflower, and it's tough to be the Farm Bureau employee that has to follow Mr. McCall. Thank y'all legislators for allowing us to steal him from y'all and allow him to be our president. We've really enjoyed his time here. It's a blessing to have him step from the ag committee and getting his leadership there to see how he still influences the ag community as our president. So we're very thankful for that. But like I said, my name is Adam Bellflower. I work here at Georgia Farm Bureau. This is my office every day when I'm not in the Capitol during the legislative session, getting to work with y'all. And so I'm going to take a second. Mr. McCall kind of hit on a little bit about Farm Bureau and kind of gave y'all an overview of what we do here. But I'm going to spend a little bit more time elaborating on that. we often get confused as just an insurance company. And I promise you that insurance is a big part of what we do, but representing farmers and representing rural Georgia is the most important thing that we do here in this building. So our purpose is up here. It says to provide leadership and assistance to the agricultural sector, to promote farm products, to aid in ag-related procurement, to be a spokesman for the farmer in the legislative arena, to be a leader in the development and expansion of farm markets, to strive for more agricultural research and educational funds and facilities. So we have underlined and bolded to be a spokesman for the farmer in the legislative arena. And like I said, that is our main purpose. Back in 1937, we were founded by 50 farmers in Bartow County for that goal. And to this day, everything that happens in this building is with that focus to represent the farmer to the best of our ability. A few bullet points you see under there. We have 158 county offices, and each one of those county offices has a county board made up of farmers from that community. What that means is in every one of the legislative districts that is represented here today and also that is represented in the Capitol, we have members, we have county offices, and we have county boards that seek to make their voices heard to y'all and communicate to y'all the issues that they're facing in y'all's districts. We are led by volunteers. We are made up of policies and programs that are all directed by our members, and I'm going to kind of circle back to that. And as you heard Mr. McCall say, we are truly grassroots. We talk a lot about that here at Farm Bureau. Mr. McCall is quick to mention we are ran from the bottom up, not the top down. Our members truly do dictate what we do around here. Without our members, they're the ones that set our policies. They're the ones that tell me and our governmental affairs team and our public policy department what to say, what to communicate, and what to bring to y'all and bring to y'all's attention from the farm community. So we're going to take a second. I mentioned I'm from the public policy department. That is where our governmental affairs team is housed. But I want to speak a little bit on what we do in that department. We kind of have three buckets. Our director is Alex Bradford. Many of y'all know him. He spent a lot of time in the Capitol the past 10 years, but he oversees our department. And we have our ag programs, we have our governmental affairs, and then we have our advocacy work that we do. So our ag programs is headed up by Rainer Churchwell and Jeremy Taylor. They are two former extension agents that we have working in our office, and they oversee our 20 commodity advisory committees. Every commodity that is grown in the state of Georgia is represented somewhere between these 20 commodity advisory committees, whether it's grain crops like corn, soybeans, wheat, whether it's peanuts, whether it's water, aquaculture, fruit and vegetables, you name it. And we have a commodity advisory committee that oversees the issues that growers in that industry are facing. This is our way of making sure that our policy and what we do at Farm Bureau has a good pulse on the ag industry all across the state. Next is our advocacy work that we do. So Keaton Walker, we recently poached her from Circle F Farms down in Baxley, Georgia. If any of y'all are familiar with that operation, she oversees that section of our office, and her main role is helping our members tell their story to y'all. Y'all can hear from us all y'all want, but me and Jake and Ben, at the end of the day, we're not farmers. We have farm backgrounds, we have strong ties to the farm, but we're not farmers, and we don't live in y'all's districts. We think it's important at Farm Bureau that as the legislators and as the policymakers, y'all are hearing directly from the farmers in your area and your constituents, not just hearing from me and Jake and Ben and Alex. So Keaton really works hard with them on how they reach out to y'all, how they contact with y'all, and how they communicate and get connected in y'all's districts with their local elected officials. And finally, that brings me to the job that I get to do. I'm one of the 3 governmental affairs specialists in our office. I mentioned Ben Parker. He handles our federal affairs. And then myself and Jake Matthews, who many of y'all know, we handle our state affairs. Me and Jake get to spend every day during the legislative session meeting with y'all and working with y'all. So it's good to see y'all in our office and in our home office here in Macon. So thank y'all for making the trip. As I kind of begin to talk more about the issues at hand that farmers are facing, we believe it is very important as the Rural Development Council that y'all have a understanding of the issues that farmers are facing right now. The fact of the matter is agriculture is the #1 industry in the state of Georgia, and agriculture is the backbone of the rural community and the rural economy. Without agriculture, you would not have, I'm not going to say all, but I would say every community, rural community in the state They're very dependent on agriculture. So I ask that y'all keep that in the forefront of your mind as we go forward today and listen to this discussion that we're going to have. Because we do truly believe that ensuring that agriculture is successful is crucial to the job that y'all are going to do on this council. So let's talk about deer. Many of y'all are familiar with wildlife nuisance, and when most people hear wildlife nuisance, their mind quickly turns to feral hogs. While yes, feral hogs are an issue, and feral hogs have been an issue for many years, the new player on the scene of wildlife nuisance here in the past few years seems to be white-tailed deer. Hogs are an invasive species. Nobody likes them. Nobody wants them. Whether you're a farmer, whether you own a golf course, whether you're an environmentalist, nobody likes a hog. They don't provide any good to the ecosystem in Georgia. They don't provide any good to the farm economy in Georgia. And they're just ugly, in the matter of fact. So there's not much of a benefit of a hog. It is easy to get people on board with eradicating the feral hog. I mean, I don't think you rarely are going to hear opposition to that. That has a pretty stark contrast to white-tailed deer. People like to hunt deer. There's a recreational value involved with white-tailed deer. The state over the past 50 years has done a lot of work to maintain a population of white-tailed deer for hunters and tourists and just the general public as a whole. And most importantly, white-tailed deer are regulated by the government. They're the state's the state game animal. However, white-tailed deer have a significant economic burden on the farm economy. Farmers operate on very, very thin profit margins. We have a lot of farmers at this table today. Chairman Dickey, Chairman Perkle, I feel like they could probably directly speak to that. It seems like year after year, the margin gets slimmer and slimmer for farmers. So another thing like deer, they're stacked on top of the many challenges that farmers are facing today already, just makes it a little bit harder and a little bit harder for them to make a profit and for them to continue to do what they do. Like I said, there's a stark contrast to white-tailed deer and to feral hogs. So let's kind of look at that. This issue has seen exponential growth year after year, and it is a widespread across many commodity issues. We're going to hear we have a few quotes thrown up here in a couple slides from farmers, and a lot of farmers will tell you 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago, white-tailed deer were not an issue on their farm. They saw them, they enjoyed hunting them, their grandkids enjoyed hunting them, but they weren't inflicting measurable damage to their crop and to their production. Right now, we are seeing significant damage on just about any farm, whether that is a corn and soybean farm, whether that's a fruit and vegetable farm, and the newest one that seems to kind of came about in the past 2 to 3 years is on cotton farms. In talking to researchers, extension specialists, industry leaders, we would hypothesize right now that the greatest economic burden commodity-wise that deer are having an impact on is the cotton crop. And again, we're going to get to that a little bit sooner. So understanding these things, having kind of this framework in mind, we're going to show y'all a few videos, hopefully, and a few pictures, a few quotes from some of our members of what we're hearing, what we've been seeing the past 2 years that has kind of really brought this to our attention. So this is from a farmer in the middle Georgia area. I think Chairman Hatchett, this is kind of Lawrence County, so your area. I think both of these videos are, but this is through a thermal scope that a lot of farmers use to hunt deer at night. Again, we'll talk about that a little bit later. This is not illegal. This is permitted work that they are doing. So please do not go try to slap the hand of this farmer. Also, just briefly, before we hit play, I want to point your attention. If you look at the bottom right-hand corner, it's kind of hard to see. This is at 1:09 in the morning. Again, just prefacing that. That's a lot of deer. I know most people, and even I myself, don't have a ton of experience looking through these thermal scopes. If you see that tree line in the back, this is not a big field. In talking to the farmer, this is only about a 35-acre field. I sat down and attempted to count the number of deer. I gave up when I hit about 60. So looking at our next picture, Also, I'm not exactly sure the commodity. This is just a row crop farmer. I couldn't tell you exactly what it is. Chairman Perkle says these are peanuts, so I'm going to go with his word. Again, another probably 30, 35, 40 acre field, another 50, 60, 70, 80 deer. And then this, so through this picture in here, this is a good visual of what deer damage looks like, specifically in cotton. We're going to get to some slides on the next page. And the thing to point out is that you don't see anything, and you should be seeing things. So this is a good opportunity to kind of point out what a lot of times the deer damage is that we're talking about. So you see these bigger cotton. This is cotton. You see these bigger cotton plants. That cotton's probably a few weeks old. It's starting to square, put on fruit. But if you look right here in the middle, there's just a gap, and it's really hard to see kind of from the back. But it looks like somebody went through and stuck toothpicks in the ground. You'll hear a lot of farmers, that's the way they'll reference it, and they'll say, yeah, the deer got in there and it looks like toothpicks. What that is when the cotton first breaks ground, it's what's called the cotyledon stage. There's just two little leaves, and it looks like you stuck two leaves on a toothpick and went through the field. The deer will come through, and one bite at a time, row after row after row, and they will just take out. And when they bite those cotyledons off at this stage, that cotton plant's done. There is no more production. There's no more fruiting. That plant has to be replanted. It's killed. So this is just a good demonstration of what exactly we're talking about most of the time we deal with deer damage. And here's just a couple pictures. Again, the pictures are not very thrilling, so kind of direct your attention more at the caption, because the pictures don't show anything. And that is the concern, is there's nothing there to see. So that's an entire 38-acre field of toothpicks where we had near perfect stand, one farmer said. Second trip across, nothing left. What that's kind of referring to is that farmer not only planted and had his entire crop wiped out, that farmer came back and planted again. So he spent double the cost. He bought double the seed, spent double the diesel, double the in-furrow application. All of his input costs were doubled at planting, and there's still nothing there. Top right, definitely the worst I've had in 5 years. Again, showing this has been an issue that is relatively new to a lot of row crop farmers. And this is the past 5-ish years they've started seeing this kind of damage. In the bottom one we threw in there, we didn't have a picture to go with it, but it's kind of a good visual of maybe the best numbers per se we can stick to this. Lost 50% of a 9-acre field in town. Can't afford to put an electric fence around 40 different fields. So again, that's the struggle a lot of these farmers are facing. They don't have a good solution to this. So briefly want to hit on this, kind of what we've been doing here at Farm Bureau. A lot of people have asked us this offseason, what's your priority? We were at the Ag Issue Summit last Tuesday, and got that question from a lot of y'all, a lot of the elected officials that were there. What's Farm Bureau been working on? Like, what are y'all coming to us with next year? And we get a lot of chuckles when we say deer. But this has been a lot of our summer right now. And that's also happens to do with the summer is kind of when deer damage is the biggest issue for agriculture. But one of the things we've been doing is facilitating farmers' input and reports of deer impact across the state. We have a lot of different meetings that go on with these commodity advisory committees, and a lot of those meetings continually brought up is deer nuisance, deer damage. A lot of our county meetings around the state that we get to travel to, we're hearing whether it's Northeast Georgia, Southwest Georgia, deer damage. Working with DNR to make deer depredation permits more efficient for farmers. This is the permit that I was talking about. These two guys, these thermal scopes were utilizing. They were acting within the law. So again, do not be concerned in that regard. This depredation permit simply allows these farmers to alleviate their deer problem they have by using whatever means possible, if to an extent. I mean, they can use thermal scopes. They can hunt the deer at night, which is typically out of regulation during normal hunting season. So farmers are allowed to utilize this deer depredation permit during season, outside of deer season typically, to help try to relieve some of that pressure. There's some struggles to that. That's kind of, like I mentioned, the 1:09 a.m. at the bottom. It's tough to ask a farmer to farm all day and go shoot deer all night. That's kind of just simply it's hard to ask anybody to work 24 hours a day. And that's kind of one of the challenges farmers feel like they're facing right now. They can spray pesticides, they can pick cotton, they can do a lot of work during the day, but if they're having to work all day and then turn around and go stay up all night and shoot deer, that's really hard on them. And then funding research and collaborating with UGA to understand research needs. University of Georgia has a professor in the Warnell School of Forestry and Natural Resources, Dr. Minjak, and he has done a little bit of work on this issue back in 2016. And then also Dr. Laura Perry Johnson with the UGA College of Ag. She is the Associate Professor for Extension. We've had a lot of conversations with them as well as other extension specialists on how can we fund research similar to what Dr. Minjak did years ago. He actually just recently retired. But also, how can we collaborate with them and collaborate with their extension agents to try to address this very prevalent need that farmers are facing? We're fortunate at Farm Bureau, our members, they really prioritize extension and they really prioritize the work that extension does. And we actually have a system where we're allowed to give research grants from our public policy department. And that's kind of oversaw by our ag program guys that I mentioned, Rainer Churchwell and Jeremy Taylor. Every year they spend time selecting research projects that are going on throughout the state and rewarding them with grants. So that's something that we've been able to partner with UGA and a way that we've kind of been able to work to address this issue. Before I hit the next slide, I think pictures say 1,000 words. So let's look at this picture too real quick. This is a good depiction of later stage damage to cotton. So I talk about that cotyledon stage when cotton first breaks dirt and how the damage is total. Well, so this cotton plant right here is actually longer, like much older. You can see it's starting to put on cotton bolls. It's produced a lot of fruit. You can see a few of the squares there, which will soon to be cotton bolls. But if you can see, my clicker is not showing up super well, but if you can see kind of right there at the top on the left side of that plant, there's a cotton boll that looks like it's been busted in half. Something we've actually heard the past year or two from farmers. This time of year when you start getting like late August, September, plants are fruiting and it's dry, we're actually seeing deer biting into these bowls because the inside of cotton bolls when they're at this stage are slimy and moist and really wet. We've had a lot of ag consultants and farm consultants and farmers come to us and say they're starting to have an issue with what they predict is deer actually busting open these bowls and hurting the fruit of the plant to just get moisture out of it to find a little bit of water. Again, ever evolving problem. It's interesting how dynamic it's becoming. But again, this affects yields, this affects those profits. And it's hard for a farmer when they spend all year fertilizing this plant to come out there and see fruit laying on the ground that a deer's walked around at midnight and busted open. And so now, again, before we talk about things on the left, picture on the right, quote from one of our farmers, the edges of this entire farm get eaten each year at least a boom's width, and in the very back it's worse. If you see this picture on the right where it looks like the farmer forgot to plant, he didn't. Deer have just came in and ate that much of his crop. That picture should be as green as it is on the left all the way to that tree line, but deer have had their way. So this is kind of the direction that we as Farm Bureau have kind of been, our discussions has been leading. And this is kind of where I would like, at the end, I hope I've saved enough time for questions to have y'all kind of discuss a little bit, but like where the council leads with this issue. And these are just a few of the things we've talked about and that we've talked through with some of our ag friends and other ag groups, but more research. These pictures, I think, help tell the story. But people that don't get the chance to see these pictures, they speak best in dollars. And one of the things that we've been working really hard with and trying to help find is research, whether that's through the University of Georgia, extension research and whatnot that you may have, that will fund or that we can help fund that kind of shows the economic impact of the white-tailed deer on farming, but not just on direct farm production, but what does that do to the entire farm economy and the economic impact that could have on a whole community? When you're talking about small towns across Southwest Georgia where their main form of revenue is row crop farming, if you're having farmers obtain substantial damage by deer, that's affecting the whole rural economy in that community. So how can we really quantify these numbers and be able to tell this story that we're telling through pictures today through numbers, because I think everybody understands we always speak best in dollars. Everybody understands a dollar. Wildlife depredation permits, I mentioned that program that DNR offers to farmers. It's a good program. We do not believe it's a bad program. We like it. We think it's a tool that farmers can utilize. And where we stand right now, we think it's probably the best tool that's out there. But we always want to see how we can increase the effectiveness. How can we make it more efficient for our farmers to be able to use it, utilize that program? So we're constantly asking them, do you have a depredation permit? Are you using the depredation permit you have? What are some barriers to this depredation permit that you have? And trying to kind of get their input to see how we can make that more efficient. And then most importantly, this is where y'all come in, like I guess y'all come involved in all of these, but we just put legislative intervention because we believe that the General Assembly can assist in this. That's kind of where we are in this. And that's why we're excited about the discussion today is as we go forward, we would like to hear y'all's input from farmers, from people that do live in rural communities and come from rural communities. What can the General Assembly do to help alleviate this issue? Because we do believe that y'all have a role in this and there's a way that y'all can help the farm economy and help your constituents. We're looking for the best way. So with that, I will open it up for questions for myself. I will do my best to answer any questions that y'all may have. Also, just would like to open the floor up for y'all to discuss among council members.
Thank you, Adam. That was a great presentation. And in Southwest Georgia, we have been holding hearings with the Department of Natural Resources. And I shocked them at the last one when they thought maybe 10 farmers were going to show up about the deer and the feral hogs. And we had over 100 individuals. It is a great problem that we have got to address, and farmers are going to have to take on a new responsibility too when they rent their farms in the fall for hunting. They're going to have to lay out some new type of guidelines and not wait till the spring to start hunting the deer. And when the planting season is there, we're going to have to do a better education, and I hope Farm Bureau will join us in doing this as we move forward. Do we have any questions? Yes, Chairman Perkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bellflower, for putting a presentation together on a real problem that we have. I would encourage you, because those pictures that videos you shared is not something that is isolated. Every single field that I drive around at night when I'm checking irrigation looks just like that. Every daggum field. And I mean, it's the economic. So as part of our research effort as a member of Farm Bureau, hopefully not just showing the economic damage from this problem, because, I could tell you there's a problem. Every farmer you talk to would tell you there's a problem. It's important that we put a number to it to get the general public to understand. But I want to make sure that we're looking at research. How can we actually do something? It's amazing that during deer season, if I turn my head too quick and I'm hunting, the deer will see me and run away. And there's deer hunters that will, honest to God, they'll do this. They'll put their hunting clothes in a special bag that is scent free, and when they get to the woods, they'll take off their regular clothes and put on these scent free because they don't want even detergent on their clothes to scare the deer off. And yet at night, my God, they just come out and go crazy. If there's something we could spray on the crop, research that we could spray. I know I've heard some people try with various success. They'll go by the barbershop. I was telling Chairman Hatchett, they'll go by the barbershop and get some hair and sprinkle around the edge of the field to see if they can keep the deer out. So our research, it is important to fund the educational effort to let the general public know, but if we can direct some of the research to actual things we can do, because it really is a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Lynn Smith.
Presentation. So thank you for that. So I always come to how do you get the votes if you bring a bill to us in the General Assembly? And I think you explained very well, and there's definitely buy-in here. So one of my suggestions is how do you reach the majority of people now who have the voice in the General Assembly to get them to understand the problem? One of them is a lot of people who live outside of the actual urban dwellers. The deer eat up everything they plant. So there's sympathy there from a lot of people who are not just rural. But in the end, it will be an effective campaign once we get to the General Assembly of how to make people understand this if we've got to have a vote.
Go ahead.
I think if people can understand that don't have a deer problem when we bring out how much it's costing the insurance premium, which is it really hits everybody. It's a big economic pack on everybody. I don't know how much y'all have to spend out on paying for claims, but if we could get all the insurance companies to report how much deer are costing all the people in Georgia, because the insurance premium goes up, it might get some other people's attention too. Not that I don't think farmers have a big thing, because I've got a cornfield in the back of my house, and I've got a herd of deer. I must have counted 50 running through my front yard the other day.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's a problem. But one thing too, when you rent to all these people to hunting rights, they only want to kill trophy deer. That if they don't. And a couple of years ago, we passed a bill that certain counties they wanted to be trophy counties. I don't know if they're still there or not. You know, you just couldn't kill anything but a trophy deer in some counties. I don't know how long that lasted. And we need to, and feeding deer over bait, maybe we need to stop doing that.
Thank you. Representative Dickey.
Around the edges, but in the last 2 years, it's just exploded. And I think those pictures show you, I lost a whole orchard last year, 3,000 trees, totally just like those toothpicks in that cotton field. $20,000-$30,000 lost. We put a $20,000 fence around the field this year, and now we're growing peach trees in there. But that's the kind of damage. And it's just exploded in the last few years. We always used to absorb a little loss, but now it's just devastating. And some areas are just you just can't farm there anymore with the level of deer there. So it's gotten to a level very quickly, in my opinion, just in the last year or two. And it's we got to find a solution for it, or it's a worry about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Al Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find it interesting. You know, that was one of the first things I was involved in when I came to the legislature in 2003. That was the deer dog controversy. And we had some folk were doing a good job of killing, but we had a lot of problems with urban voters. And I think that we need to address from a little different direction. Urban housewives will be glad to get involved if you look at their flower gardens, because one thing about those deer, they do love lilies, and they will wipe it out. My wife only plants deer-resistant plants anymore because they walk right in, nothing scares them away. And from the feral hogs, the hog catchers in my county just almost quit because they couldn't even give the hogs away anymore. It used to be a good market for giving them away. They can't even give them away. They're so plentiful. But what's the name of that big chemical company? Monsanto. They have invented something for everything else. I think they'll be growing seeds in suspension one day soon. It looks like they ought to be able to have something that would be deer resistant that you could spray. And God knows nobody wants to hear about another spraying, but that beats having nothing.
What some of y'all have said in North Georgia, grapes, as Robert Dickey said, vineyards is destructive. You go to the experiment station that we have in Blairsville, they've got I don't know what that fence is, but it's 10 feet tall just to protect the fruit from deer predation. But also, on the other side, you look at the environmental damage. You go through the woods in North Georgia, there's nothing there. I mean, the entire understory is gone. And, I'd be curious to see what you brought up, Adam, a 2016 report by Dr. Minjak. I think we need to look at that. I'd like to see that and see what his recommendations were. It's probably just multiply it times 5 to get where we're at today. But, sometimes we kind of like to rehash the same old ground. But, he's a world authority on all this. I'd like to see what he recommended.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Adam, the council will be making recommendations as to what we need to be doing. And we would certainly like to call on you to be one of our individuals to help us sort through some of the recommendations of this council. We've got some grave issues before us, and the rural boys and ladies were being called Bambi killers. And we went through that process for a while there, but it is my understanding that Fulton County is probably has the largest deer population now in the state. So maybe things will have changed in the way that we're looking at things. Anything that you'd like to further say?
Yes, sir. I'll thank y'all for y'all's input, and just a couple of thoughts that I'll leave y'all with kind of as I heard y'all's questions and comments. You talk about market-based solutions, like industry coming out with some kind of deterrent. We like to think there's hope in this area. LSU actually recently patented a product that was for feral hogs, and it obviously has to go through the EPA regulatory system that allows something like this to reach market. But LSU recently patented a feral hog deterrent in the last couple of weeks. I don't know if y'all might have seen that in the news. So I think that's a viable route to pursue. One of the things that state deer biologist Charlie Kilmaster, we've had a lot of conversations with him, and he always says that he believes, and he being the expert, I like to kind of default to think he has a good idea. He believes the goal here should be to get the total aggregate number of deer killed in the state of Georgia increased. And I think a lot of the ideas y'all threw around kind of hit at that, whether that's negotiating your land leases or negotiating hunting leases, farmers requiring people that lease for hunting rights to kill a certain number of deer to maintain their lease. That was kind of an idea that we had brought up and something that I know I personally recommended to some farmers that lease their land. So whether you negotiate that private contract with the people that have the hunting rights, whatever that may look like. But the goal here, I think, moving forward is how do we incentivize the hunter to kill more deer as a whole. But thank y'all for y'all's time. If I don't have your number, your contact information, I'd love to share it with you. I'll be around all day, and also we'll be around a little bit tomorrow. So thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Adam. We really appreciate that. Before we take a little 5-minute break here, I'm going to call on Chairman Smith she wants to do a little update here for us right quick.
First of all, I want to thank the members of the General Assembly for passing the Natural Disaster Bill that is supposed to provide property relief to our citizens of our state. I didn't realize that we might be facing a hurricane very quickly, so I talked to Blake Travis and led council, and I feel more comfortable reading what he sent to me, but there is something we can do preemptive to anything that's coming up. Here's what he told me. I have not been receiving inquiries related to House Bill 311 yet. As far as preemptive, it appears there is plenty of preemptive work that local emergency management directors could be doing to get ready for the eventual implementation of House Bill 311. The governing authorities cannot pass the required resolution or ordinance with respect to a relief grant unless and until the conditions are met. For example, that the federal government has declared a natural disaster and activating thus the local emergency management director and how to assess the applicable damage, and other to report to the local governing authority. So there are likely things the jurisdiction can do. This is either city, county, or school systems who are the ones that tax us. So there are likely things the jurisdiction can do to prepare for this eventuality happening. But the jurisdiction cannot preemptively approve grants. They must wait for the damage report from the local emergency management director. So the attention would be on the local emergency management director's rules that he or she has established in response to House Bill 311. And so all counties have this emergency management director. That's why that became the go-to person in determining property damage. And those who've lived through extreme natural disasters, as my county, you're stunned when the disaster occurs, and you want relief to happen immediately. But as to property tax relief, it can't happen until after the disaster. So I'll send you a copy of this, Gerald, so you'll have it on file.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. We've been joined by one other member of the council, Representative Blackman. If you would just sort of introduce yourself as the others have done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shaw Blackman, I represent 146, which is down in Houston County, just a few short miles away, and I apologize for my tardiness.
I'll write you an excuse. We're going to take about a 5-minute break. The restrooms are up the stairs here to the left. So we'll take about a 5-minute break, and there's water and things over here for you to drink. please take his. If I could have your attention, we're going to go ahead and get started again. We want to stay on schedule. So, Dr. David Bridges, if you'll make your way to the podium. Hey! That's all right. Is it?
Everything all right?
Yeah. So he'll get us some rain. Okay. Let's go ahead and be seated and give Dr. Bridges your attention, please. Give Dr. Bridges your attention. If you'll go ahead and be seated. Usually my voice is strong enough to...
We're getting ready to get started. If everybody would take your seat, we're getting ready to get started. Thank you. Dr. Bridges.
Dominic, was that you, Whistle?
Yes, sir.
I kind of thought my wife had joined the crowd. That's what she does. She can call the kids from miles away. All right. Well, we'll get started. I first of all, appreciate the opportunity to speak. And we'll get right with it, try to stay on time. I've been asked to cover a couple of issues. So what I've done is internally allocated 10 minutes to give you a 5-year summary on what the Center for Rural Prosperity has accomplished. Spend 10 minutes talking about a specific issue related to the gap between revenue and potential expenses for infrastructure, and then leave 10 minutes for questions. So we'll move right ahead. I'd like others to thank the late David Ralston for his creation of this council and his focus and interest on rural affairs. And I think the council has done some good work in the last few years, and I hope that will continue under the leadership of Speaker Burns. It has been because of this group that several pieces of great legislation have been passed that have made it possible for us to do what has been done. Prior to the creation of the center, we spent 2 or 3 years doing some planning work. This body recommended legislation in the fall of 17, and then in 18, House Bill 951 was passed, providing statewide authority for the Center for Rural Prosperity and Innovation to work across the state in ways to help increase prosperity and economic impact. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. You can go back the last few years. All my presentations are recorded. They're on the website. You can go back and look at them, or if you have questions, feel free to ask me. This all kind of got started a few years ago between me and Charlie Hazlitt when he published a paper where he asserted that literally rural Georgia is dying. And Charlie and I have worked together on several things, and he couldn't be here today, but he continues to work. But one of the points that we've raised repeatedly is that just because counties depopulate doesn't mean that we don't have ongoing expense and obligation on behalf of the state. We rise together as 159 counties. We fail as 159 counties. There's no difference. The most common question I've been asked the last few months is, what is the condition on the ground? And is rural Georgia, the situation in rural Georgia, improving? And here's the best way I know how to describe it. I don't know. But Charlie and I have spent a fair amount of time looking at things, and I would tell you, I don't want to be the provider of bad information. But look, we've looked at 12 parameters of prosperity and quality of life in rural Georgia, and I will tell you, we really can't find a single really strong positive indicator that condition has improved. So how do we work? Well, we advocate for rural Georgia. We do other things. We try to coordinate with other agencies. We manage resources, provide human capital through students and other things, and probably spend most of our time
intensively managing projects in small rural communities that cannot manage them for themselves. We've learned over the years that there's a limited amount of inspiring leadership in rural Georgia. There's a lot of confusion about what programs are available at the local, federal, and state level. People don't know exactly what to do. County governments and local communities, their situation is very strained, and I'm not going to belabor that right now. I'll talk about that in a minute. And then the last one really ought to be the first one. Workforce issues are a serious problem everywhere in this state. The nature of that workforce shortage is different depending on where you are, but the workforce shortage is a serious problem. So we've kind of learned over the past 5 years as we've worked, if you want to get something done, just do it. Go jumpstart the project. Most people will come around. Go out and find the opportunities. Identify who's going to be the beneficiary and work with those beneficiaries to champion the project and try to get the local and state authorities involved in solving. The private sector is very important. We have to work with the private sector in many cases to get things done. And that's sort of the essence of how we work. I'm not going to read this slide to you. There's a lot on it. But we focus on doing, not facilitating, but doing. Infrastructure planning has become a major part of what we do, because I will tell you, and I will show you some slides as I go through, that the infrastructure, sewer, water, roads, bridges, etc., in much of rural Georgia is fully depreciated. It is unfunded depreciation. And without that infrastructure, we have little hope to restore prosperity and economic development. Sometimes we fund the gap. If there's something, if there's a project that's going to cost $500,000 and there's $400,000 available, and the question is, where's the last $100,000 come from? Sometimes that's us. We fund it. We write grants for people. And frankly, we do a few projects that I would call disruptive projects. They're projects to disrupt the status quo and try to demonstrate that if we do things differently, we can be successful. We don't do a few things. We don't do leadership development. There are ample opportunities in the state. I could go down the list. They're well established. Fannin, Archway, EMC, Georgia Power. There's Leadership Georgia. There are all kinds of leadership programs. We don't do those. We don't charge for services. We don't expect too much because a lot of these small communities that we work in simply don't have the staff to do a great deal. We've historically stayed out of housing because there are those who are laser focused on housing, and so we don't typically do that. We've stayed out of broadband. There's a lot of resources out there and a lot of expertise and a lot of complicating factors, and we've just generally stayed out of it. We don't do education per se, but we do workforce. So what's happened over the past 5 years? We've completed more than 50 projects across the state that individually impact about 69 counties. And I would tell you that more than 140 counties in the state have benefited directly or indirectly from our work. We're trying to wrap up managing 3 CARES projects, ARP projects. That's been a very trying process. Scott Blunt lost his hair over it. You see him sitting there on the front row. Managing ARP has caused him to lose his hair. I lost mine for other reasons. We published a lot of publications to advocate for and raise the awareness of the assets and the good things that are happening in rural Georgia. Impact. This is a summary slide over 5 years. We've been told that we should use our funds to leverage other available local, state, and federal funds. We think we've done a really good job of that. You see in this third column there, which is CRPI, we've invested $2.4 million directly into projects around the state over the past 5 years that have been associated with $7 million of additional state funding, about $1.5 million of local funds, $78 million of federal funds, and over $300 million of private funds. A total investment of $405 million again, associated with the expenditure of $2.4 million of state money directly. That's a leverage factor of about 170 to 1. That's a pretty good leverage. Another way of putting it for the farmers in the group, I'm one of them, is there's an old saying, you can plant a little seed and you can produce a crop. And if you produce enough crop, you can produce a few bales. And we think a $2.5 million investment towards $405 million overall, pretty good return on investment. One example, one of the first projects we did was a feasibility study and an economic impact study for the relocation of parts of Harrison Poultry Company's business from Barrow County to Tolliver County, the state's smallest county. They had sought funding earlier and had been denied, and we went in and worked with Harrison Poultry, Tolliver County Development Authority, did a feasibility study and an economic impact study. As a result, they received a $1 million One Georgia grant, $18 million in tax credits. And we checked a few weeks ago, and that's resulted in 50 new jobs in Tolliver County. I know 50 jobs doesn't sound like much, folks, but in Tolliver County, 50 jobs is huge. 266 new additional jobs in Barrow County because Harrison Poultry is now running a second shift at their Bethlehem processing plant. Chicken houses and poultry houses are being built in 5 East Georgia counties, and that impact is going to be felt soon. We pulled the sales tax returns for Tolliver County, and like everybody else during the pandemic, their revenue went down, sales tax revenue went down. But if you look at 2023 going forward, their sales tax revenue is up about 20%. And the mayor of Crawfordville called me about 2 years ago and said, there are a lot of people around here that thank y'all for what you did to help us get that feed mill and trucking operation moved here into Tolliver County, but people of Tolliver County are most excited because we got a Dollar General out of it. And they call it the Mall of Crawfordville. Another project we've invested a lot of time and effort in, and it has been a real struggle, continues to be a struggle, but with that was to work with the Miller County Development Authority, health facilities around the state, our institution and livestock producers to purchase a slaughterhouse and processing plant in Miller County that was about to close. Our goals were to mitigate the economic impact of a closure, provide local livestock producers an opportunity to slaughter animals and sell retail meats, and we've done that. Service health care. We have a contract with one of the long-term health care providers in the state, providing pork to them. And hopefully our last goal, which we're working on right now, and Casey Bean will be as happy or happier than I am when we work with the Development Authority in the near future. We hope to transfer that facility back to private ownership and restore it as an employer and a tax generating entity in the county. We were asked this past year, and we have done it, and I have a report, the first year report. I'm not handing it out. It's too lengthy. It's very cumbersome. If you don't know anything about the project, it's actually hard to read. But it was $5 million put into the amended budget in the center's budget for distribution as state match funds for a $65 million EDA grant to Georgia Tech. And that money was distributed in May to the collaborators, Technical College System of Georgia, the Russell Institute at UGA, Georgia Cyber Center, the 21st Century Project, which is located here in Central Georgia, and the Southwest Georgia Regional Commission. So those funds are out and beginning to work in the area of artificial intelligence and advanced manufacturing across the state. We've kicked off a whole new series of projects. Won't go through them. They're in the report. You can look at them, but we've got a lot going on right now for 23 and 24. One of our signature projects that we started really about 2 years ago, we laid it on the table for a little while due to COVID. We picked it back up and we're running full steam with it now. It was a collaborative project with the Georgia Foresters Association, Abraham Baldwin Agricultural College, the Georgia Forestry Commission, DNR, and the private forest industry. Georgia Forestry is the largest forest industry, largest forest state in the U.S., and it is largely based on southern yellow pine timber. And we simply have to find new ways to increase the value of southern yellow pine timber. Mass timber is a way to do that. And so this is a project that we have taken on as a center to create a facility and a program in the state of Georgia in which we can educate architects, engineers, contractors, and others about the use of novel timber products as opposed to concrete and steel. And we just think this is something that has to be done when you look at the size and magnitude of the forest products industry in the state. We've got to do something to promote that. So that's kind of what we have done. And now I wanted to talk to you about the current state of affairs and something that I believe is a potential straw that can break the camel's back in much of rural Georgia. And that is the relationship between population change, revenue, and cost. And this is a real issue that has been in existence for a while, and it is now reaching sort of the end of the rope, so to speak. I showed this picture before. We're sitting here packing our finger on the table saying, what do we do? What do we do? Meanwhile, the situation continues to get worse. So I talked to you a little bit about the primary indicators. Per capita income is not good. We have a very high percentage, the highest percentage probably ever, of persons in the lower quartile of national per capita income. Population's declining, we're aging, just going down the list, you can read it. And I'm very concerned that we are reaching a point where the demise of many of our smallest rural counties is going to jeopardize our agricultural and forest interest in the state. So let's talk about population right quick. I know David Tanner's talked about it. A lot of people talk. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but this is a map of the population of the state. And you got Fulton County with over 1 million people. And then you got Tolliver County up in the eastern part of the state with 1,500. All of those counties that are in white, they're less than 15,000 people. Now, you've heard that before, but here's what I'm here to remind you of today. You look at this map on the right. The ones that are in blue had an increase in population from 2010 to 2020. The ones that are in pink or red, ever how you see that color, have remained relatively stable, up or down less than 1%. The ones in gray have declined. So if you look at the 53 counties that have a population of less than 15,000 people, 44 of those 53 counties saw a population decline. 21 of the ones from 15 to 50 did. So we got a total of 65 counties with a population of less than 50,000 that saw a population decline over the past 10 years. Now, you've heard that before. But here's the more shocking point that I want you to hear. 159 counties in the state grew older. Okay? If you didn't know that, it's been out there everywhere. That means the percentage of the population from 65 to 84 increased in every county in the state, and actually pretty much across the country. What you haven't heard is a lot of talk about what happened to the population of people 18 and under. 51 of Georgia's 53 smallest counties had a decline in population of people under 18 years of age. Okay? Now you say, well, this has been going on for a while. Well, yes, it has. So I want to talk to you a little bit about how that impacts money. Because money, money's everything. I'm going to skip over that. We don't even talk about that. Let's talk about revenue. So we decided to go back and look 40 years. We picked 91, 01, 11, and 21, 1 year after each of the recent censuses. And we looked at tax digest in the 53 smallest counties in the state. We looked at tax revenue, and we looked at total revenue to see what has happened. So here's what has happened. The column labeled digest. Out of those 53 smallest counties, we had 9 counties whose tax digest did not even double. Now think about it. 40 years, tax digest did not double. We had 35 that increased 2 to 3-fold, 5, 3 to 4-fold, and 4, 4 to 5-fold. Average of 2.6. Over 40 plus years, tax digest increase of 2.6, a multiplier of 2.6. And we look at taxes, and this is a mess when you start trying to look at tax. You know, so this is basically property tax and the 1% sales tax return, and we left out a lot of other stuff because those were comparing apples to apples. And in those same 53 counties, you see the distribution of change with an average multiplier of 4.5 over 40 years. And you say, well, that's pretty good. Went up 4.5. That's a combination, if you root into the numbers, 2 things. Increased property tax rates, increased evaluations, and in a few cases, increased sales tax. You look at total revenue, which I don't recommend you do, because when you start looking at total revenue, you find intergovernmental transfers, grants, forfeitures, seizures, all kinds of stuff that is not comparable from county to county. But what you see there is, depending on how you want to look at it, a 2.5 to 4.5-fold increase in revenue to those 53 smallest counties. So what's happened to cost? So I went to 3 of the largest civil engineering firms in the state, and I said, I want you to help me pick 8 or 10 proxies for cost of infrastructure maintenance. They said, yeah, we can do that. So we came up with asphalt, I don't know whether you can read them, but from left to right on the bottom, asphalt, graded aggregate base, curb and gutter, 18-inch concrete pipe, 24-inch concrete pipe, galvanized guardrails, 8-inch sewer pipe, 6-inch water lines. Went to DOT, they have this huge database on expense, and so do these civil engineering firms. And we looked at the average cost over those same 40 years. Okay? So if you just take the numbers from 91 to 21, it looks like there's been an increase of about 3-fold, 3.5-fold. That's a very conservative number, I will tell you. The way the numbers came out is very conservative. But then when we started looking at what's happened since 21, and y'all know what's happened since 21, hyperinflation. We estimated, with the assistance of several engineering and pricing firms, that the prices of these proxies had increased by about 5-fold, 4.9. On the lower bound estimate, the upper bound estimate was 6.3. I will tell you today that didn't tell the story. There are 6 sewer infrastructure projects in the state that were designed in 21 and put out to bid and have come back in from bid within the last 3 months. And from 21 to 23 today, the estimated cost has risen by a factor of 2.8. So you put 2.8 on top of 5 to 6, and you're looking at what? 8 to 10% increase in infrastructure maintenance cost. You see where I'm going with this? So we talk about 4-fold increase in tax revenue, but we got an 8 or 9-fold increase in infrastructure cost. So, you know, you compare those two, it's not a good story. So you got about 30 of the 53 smallest counties in the state who I will tell you, and this is not hyperbole, their water and sewer and bridge and road infrastructure is highly depreciated. It's unfunded, deferred maintenance. It hasn't been fixed in the past 40 years. Most of those sewer and water systems were built in the 40s and 50s, few in the 60s. We haven't fixed them for the past 40 years because we couldn't afford to. So what do you think is going to happen now? There's no chance. There is no chance to fix this. So we have said for years, and others have said, y'all have heard, you have said, that without education and workforce, health care, and economic opportunity, there can be no prosperity in a rural community. And I think that's right. That's what we focus on. Those situations are not improving. But those situations, education, healthcare, and economic opportunity, are dependent on what? Infrastructure. So here's my message to you. It's a single message. I'm not preaching about anything else today. I'm telling you that unless we figure out a way to deal with the crumbling infrastructure in our smallest populated, least populated counties, there's not going to be any investment. Okay? There's no sewer lines, there's no water, there's no roads, there's no bridges, etc., schools, etc. There will be no investment. And without investment, there will be no inbound movement of people. And inbound movement of people is what is essential if we're going to have prosperity in these rural communities. Now, I know that's not a pleasant presentation to you, but that's reality. And I've talked with Chairman Green about it a number of times. I've talked with Chief of Staff England and others. I'm running into more and more and more county leaders, county commission chairmen, county administrators, etc., who are saying, we see no way out. We can't fix our roads. Our water systems are inadequate for the population we have, and they certainly won't support growth. Sewer systems are in the same condition. And so why did I talk about population at the start? And then I'm going to stop and give y'all plenty of time for questions. Over the past 40 years, the tax base of our rural counties has become increasingly narrower. Okay? We had what I call the, forgive me for saying it, the Walmart era. Started back in the 70s and 80s. Retail got consolidated. Small retail businesses across rural Georgia closed their doors. Those businesses now have been closed long enough that people are actually tearing the buildings down on Main Street and selling the bricks. Not because the bricks are all that valuable, but because they don't want to pay tax on the buildings. And then we had the not so pleasant great sucking sound of NAFTA as predicted by Ross Perot. Every rural community in Georgia had some sort of textile plant. They're non-existent. There's no small manufacturing. You go in industrial parks around South Georgia, and there are buildings that are homes to pigeons. They're just falling in. There's nobody there. They're taking them down. That's going to further reduce the tax base. So we've reached a point where residential homes are the primary source of ad valorem taxes in a community. And I just showed you that we're all getting older. I'm part of that group. You know, it's a fact of life. We all die sooner or later. Most of these counties are populated by people that's going to be sooner than later. You know, it's going to be people like me. There are no young people to reinforce the population. And so what happens is the residential real estate market depreciates and declines. That's going to be another hit on the tax base. So I urge you to think about infrastructure. And can we fix it all? No, probably not. That's the reality. Do we need to fix some of it? Yes. Or we're not going to have an opportunity. So that's my message to you today. It's a narrow one. It's not a great message, but we have to figure out something to do. And I don't know exactly what to tell you. I have people who tell me every day we don't know what to do. I can tell you some things we don't need to do. What we've been doing. Because it hasn't been working. And it's getting worse. So I'll close with that. Chairman Green, Chairman Jackson, and
thank you, Dr. Bridges. We do have some questions. We have the chair of our Ways and Means Committee, Chairman Blackman.
Thank you, Chairman Green. Could probably ask this offline, David, but is there a way when you drill through this, you know, we have adjusted the collection regarding sales tax with facilitator and with TAVT. Is there any way to take a look at what may have changed over the last decade regarding that? I know it's small. I know we're talking about rural Georgia.
Yeah.
Size of these counties are small, but it's based on zip code and not at, of residency versus, basically where place of purchase. I know it's going to be a small number, but is there a way to drill down into those numbers, or have you seen what those might look like over time?
I will tell you this, just doing this kind of high level look was challenging. I think we can do that. I think if we work together with some other folks, Department of Revenue, maybe Department of Community Affairs on tax credit issues and other things, Carl Vinson Institute, we can all the tax tables. If y'all have never had if you ever have any trouble sleeping at night, pull up the Department of Revenue tax tables and start going through them county by county and look at all the categories. You know what I'm talking about. It's just massive, and it's hard to get. It changes with time, the way it's reported. County by county, it varies because of a variety of things. It's just really hard to get a really granular look at what's going on. But I think it's probably something we need to do. I didn't drill that deep in this. I was looking to make the big point that the gap between revenue and cost.
Oh yeah, point well taken for sure.
Huge. But if you would like for us to work on some of that, we'll find. We got some partners. I use Department of Revenue data in this. I use CBIOG data in this. I got some data from Georgia State, and try to merge it all together to fill the gaps and whatever. We'd be happy to look at some specific issues if you'd like for us to do that.
Well, we'll talk about it offline,
Okay.
David. I just thought maybe as you're sifting through some of this, there might have been some breakouts that weren't, necessarily covered here today. But thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation.
Chairman Perkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Bridges. I kind of wish you'd have brought some solutions to the problem that you illuminated, and it is true. It's a lot easier to generate support for the AI and the high technology slide that you put. Those are sexy as you might put. Water infrastructure is not, but it is exceedingly important. Natural gas pipelines. We're in Southwest Georgia, South Georgia. We've run out of capacity down there, so it extends just beyond water and sewer to also include natural gas. Is a huge problem that we don't have the infrastructure for, and it's not like it's kind of like your kids when they were small. Left to their own devices, and you give them a chance to eat broccoli or a Hershey bar. Which one they're going to go with? They're going to go with a Hershey bar because it's immediate. But the adult in the room has got to say, we also need substance. Right. We need to eat substantively. I also don't have the solution. I thank you for bringing it out that maybe there's somebody in this room that has out of box thinking to see the problem you have outlined, because the return on investment is not next year. It's when you're looking at the infrastructure investments, when we look in Department of Transportation, it's decades out. So a lot of our counties, and you don't solve the problem by additional taxes on the citizenry. If you go to the Department of Revenue website and you look at what we are paying on property tax, I'm already paying one of the highest rates in the state of Georgia. And we're just keeping the lights on in our area. So, I don't think the solution is adding more to the burden of the taxpayer there, but I don't have the solution. I wish you had it.
Well, and I've looked at a few things. We've got some examples of things that we think could be done. and I can share them with you. On infrastructure, I will tell you, I think one of the things that has been a challenge and is increasingly a challenge and has been a serious problem the last 24 months is we do not have a structure in place that allows the state to gain the advantage of scale. Now, this goes back to something that we've all talked about before. Let me preface what I'm about to say once again. I recognize, realize, and appreciate the fact that it is an absolute non-starter to talk about consolidating counties. Got it. Okay. But there's no reason why we can't function as something less than 159 counties. And so, you know, you look at the cost now to fix sewer and water problems is just astronomical. And so when we put out grants, and I saw DCA's list of block development grants, I think it was yesterday, and they've ticked up an amount, and that really helps. You put those grants out on the street, a lot of these communities do not have the resources and the capacity to deal with the compliance work, the engineering, the letting of the bid, you know, it's just whatever. So they all go out, you know, you do 50 of them or whatever in small communities, and immediately all 50 communities that get one scramble to find an engineering firm. They put out an RFQ, and all of a sudden there's 50 new projects on the street, and the engineers all bid against one another, and that makes the price go up. And then a few months later, you got design work done, if you're lucky, and you put out another RFP for construction work. And then they all bid against one another. So there's no scale there. And the smallest always lose, because contractors look at the bigger jobs where they can make the most money and have the least mobilization cost, and they're not interested in doing the smaller ones. And so if we could figure out a way to achieve some economy of scale in the management, the engineering, and the construction work, I think we could save some money and get more done, and have a more consistent and better product than we're often getting with these very small communities that just don't have the staff and the manpower and the whatever. So that's one suggestion, Representative Perkle, that might help us in regards to that, is to achieve some economy of scale, which we're not. The other thing I will tell you is the last 6 months have been almost like entering a new world. As I've traveled and talked with county administrators, I've talked with county commission, mayors, etc. There are other cost burdens that are now, because of just hyperinflation we've experienced, that many of these counties are just not equipped to deal with. For example, I've had numerous ones tell me, why is my casualty and property insurance, liability insurance doubled? And I go, yeah. I said, well, that truck you bought for your water department 5 years ago, you paid $30,000 for, now $70,000. And that block building that you're insuring that was built for $60 a square foot is now $300 a square foot. And they said, well, I just can't pay it. I mean, they're having very difficult time paying it. The ACCG, we've had some meetings with them about their insurance pools for their workers, for county workers. And that's another problem that's hitting them hard. And then the other thing that you hear, and some people tell me they don't want to say it publicly. I don't know why. I don't have a problem saying it publicly. We got a lot of counties whose county commissions are just dead set against raising property tax for lots of different reasons. But the two that I commonly hear are, well, our school taxes are already very high and we get pushed back. And so we're trying to hold the line on, property tax, M&O tax, for the county because our school taxes are so high, and we just don't want to increase the tax burden on the local, which you can understand. And then
Dr. Bridge, we have some other questions,
Okay.
And we're running.
Okay.
Let me call on Representative Williams to ask you a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've listened very closely, and this is not popular among sitting elected officials, but so glad this development council has finally come since 17, because we spent too many years in Georgia worried about another part of the state and didn't do anything, and we bought the fire truck when the fire had almost burnt the city down. So finally we're trying to catch up with the fire that's gone. But my problem's a little different, and y'all gonna hear this a lot, and I don't get much reaction to this. But in a rural county, a little city that's in my district, 2,900, 19 projects are on the table that we can't do because we can't get the water that we need. We can buy it to the south of us from a green county, but by the time you pay for the water and pay the other things that's equated, your water bills in this little town is going to go from $24 a month to $48 a month immediately. And the water we need is right below us, but we can't change the allotment. We need 1 million gallons more than we're allotted now. And nobody wants to talk about this. But then we got cities that's dying, and we got one that counties that are dying. We got one that wants to live, but the bureaucracy has decided you're going to die because we can't change the rules. I need to know how we're going to deal with these issues.
Well, that's another day, isn't it? We're gonna have to. You're gonna have to deal with Dr. Bridges.
Keep putting them days off because they ain't gonna last.
They're getting
long.
shorter, aren't they?
They're getting short.
I ain't getting in that fight.
Chairman Werkheiser.
Do I need to push it? Okay. Thank you, Chairman. One solution that we've talked about since I've been on this council from day one, and Ms. Hagan over here leaned over and said one word, and I thought Penny Houston was going to bring us a bill to either with carrot or a stick to consolidate some of these cities and counties. You alluded on counties. We can't even get, I got 2 counties of 10,000 people. I don't know how many fire departments we have that do 3 fires a year. We paid Carl Vincent Institute tens of thousands of dollars to a study. They showed we could save $80,000 a year, and they decided to still not consolidate. Penny, I thought you were going to bring us a bill to force some of these cities and counties.
You don't. You really don't.
Well, we don't need 5 fire departments.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
it. You go to the next person.
All right, this is the last question here, and it goes to Chairman Smith.
Presentation and the identifying the problems. Are there nearby neighboring states? Because the ones like us in the South, they are facing these same problems. Who's come up with something creative to make a difference? I think it would help us. And when you consolidate, you create a king or a queen. And I think your governments might lean more towards sharing without losing what creates them as a county. So I think that's a problem to solve. How do you consolidate yet not select your kingpin?
Right. Well, I'm like I said, the consolidation issue is y'all's issue. There's nothing I can do about that. But I think the concept of consolidating and sharing services without redrawing county lines is valid. And I'll give you 2 quick examples, Chairman Green, and then I'll be done. I pulled the data for coverage broadcast capability coverage in the state of Georgia, I started looking at Georgia Public TV broadcast towers and what part of the state is covered. And I added to that Georgia Public Broadcast radio towers. And then I started adding some other networks, corrections, state patrol, etc., other state assets that have towers around the state. And I haven't finished this, but it looks like to me we have between 350 and 400% coverage of Georgia with communications network. Yet we've got a little county in southwest Georgia that's got 5 different radio contracts for first responders, EMS, fire, police, etc. They're all paying for it. They're all out there putting it out to bid. Again, lack of scale, lack of efficiency. Counties don't want to give up their identity. Communities don't want to give up their identity.
Yeah.
But if you give them enough relief in terms of cost, you might buy a little interest in working together. So my question is, why couldn't we take a group of counties in southwest Georgia and the state provide the infrastructure for communications? They already have towers. And provide common emergency first responder communications capability, and they'd all start working together. I believe you can do the same thing with some of these infrastructure projects, sewer and water. Let's take 5 counties that all have sewer and water projects and needs, pull them together, achieve some scale, and help them learn to work together. We don't have to buy them into doing it, but it's better than doing nothing.
That's a great suggestion. We do have one more individual. Chairman Tarver, I overlooked his hand, and Chairman Tarver.
I'll try to be as quick as possible. Just a couple of things. We talk about infrastructure, and at Chairman Blackman's, some of the younger people, I'll go back to the 1960s. Walker County was the 12th most populous county in the state of Georgia. The reason we know that, we had it on our tag. And up in that area, we've got Dade County, very rural, about 18,000 people. Chattooga County, about 20-something thousand, very rural. Walker and Catoosa County are what I want to get around to. They're both about 70,000 people now. Walker County is about 3 times the land mass. Well, there's something happened in the 60s called the Interstate Highway. Dade County, about 18,000 people, sales tax revenue is about $17,000 per capita due to I-59 going from Chattanooga to Birmingham. And very few people, but still. Walker was larger than Whitfield and Catoosa. Now Catoosa's digest is much higher. They're a bedroom community of Chattanooga, plus the industry's moving in there. Their retail sales per capita is about 15,000. And Whitfield County at one time was smaller than Walker. Now it's probably 80% bigger. Still runs about 17,000 when the carpet was booming, plus the freeway. And no matter where we go, when you get away from a freeway, it's hard to get larger business to go there. And so I don't know how we get into the really rural areas that we're talking about, but Walker County and Chattooga County are in between the 2 freeways, and our retail sales per capita in Walker is 7,000 out of 70,000 people, and Chattooga, just between us and Floyd County, is 5,000. And that's a big difference when you're in the same community and you got this county thriving with a lower tax digest than the county of the same size. And back to something that Representative Washburn said, we still have in our younger years, we heard cities say we don't want residential annexation because it won't pay for itself. They said that for years. Well, a lot of these people are still involved in the county. We have a lot of counties that don't want more houses for some reason. And that's the only tax digest they have will grow in their tax digest. And they literally, some counties don't want growth. And that's something maybe through education we can tell them, yeah, they need something to tax more. Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Dr. Bridges, we're going to be calling on you as we finalize our report, and for recommendations and everything. Thank you for the hard work you've done. Thank you for being the friend that you are to this council, and thank you for what you do as the individual that we can call on for help.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We're going to stop for lunch right now, and Leo is going to put up a selection of places for individuals to go. But the RDC members, if you will go up to the 5th floor, we have lunch prepared for the RDC members. Thank y'all. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. We are once again back in session. If all of you will take your seats, we'll get started with the program. For this afternoon, James Cooley with the Department of Georgia Environmental Protection Division and the Director of Operations will be here. James, I think you're here. No, you are. Thank y'all for coming, and we're going to turn the program over to you. Thanks so much.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can now.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Appreciate y'all having us here today. Along with me today to help out with this presentation is Anya Trzynski. She is the chief of our Watershed Protection Branch. And she's going to be introducing a couple people from the Watershed Protection Branch a little bit later in the presentation. But I would also like to introduce you all to Tilden Bembry. Tilden, if you want to stand up. Tilden's our district manager in our West Central District located here in Macon. So that's a resource that we have, a local resource. If you ever have any business with EPD or ever have any questions for a local issue, Tilden is the person that you could reach out to. Today I'm going to be talking to you guys about give you an update on solar farms. I did a presentation last year, and there was a lot of interest in it. So I want to give you an update on where we're at with solar farms in Georgia. And Anya is going to be talking about frost protection and ag well permitting. So the topics that I'm going to cover today basically is a recap of what we covered last year. What EPD has done to address some of the challenges that I presented to you last year, challenges that we're gonna face moving forward, and what's been done to get ahead of these challenges. But I've also been asked by a lot of you, as well as our director and deputy director, have been asked, is there anything that we can do to help you? So today I'm going to talk a little bit about what you all can do to help us as we address the challenges moving forward with solar farms. Presented this to you last year. This is what you see on the news, the concept versus reality. This is the concept that you see, but at this time last year, this was the reality we were seeing on the ground. So we were pretty far apart, and what was being presented to us is clean power versus where we were. Some of the challenges we were facing was the large size of these projects. As you can see, there's some pretty big equipment in the middle of this, but it doesn't even look like Tonka toys. Just very massive sites, some of these are. Some of the things that we were dealing with was the inaccessibility to maintenance once the solar panels were installed. We talked about this. As you can see in this picture, there's rills forming or little ditches that form in between the rows of solar panels. And once these solar panels go in, there's only two options. You either fix this by hand or you have to pull the solar panels back out. So it's an issue that we're trying to address. This is another picture from a different angle of those rills running off the site. This is an example of what we were seeing of undersized sediment storage at some of these sites for their sediment basins. And this was significant sediment release from one of the sites because of this. Showed you all this picture last year. This is further downriver from that site. This was a release that was into the Broad River from this site. And this is a separate site, one that I showed you earlier, but an update on this site that I showed you last year. This one was actually awarded $135 million in a federal Clean Water Act lawsuit. I know most of you are probably aware of that, but in case some of you weren't, that's an update on that site. This was some sediment that was coming from that site. So what has EP done to address some of these challenges? So the general permit for construction that these need to fall under, or will fall under, or do fall under, the GAR 100,001, requires that any site that's going to construct or disturb over more than 50 acres at one time, they need to get additional approval from EPD prior to commencing that construction activity. So we've established an additional review criteria and specific design components for these large scale sites. Some of the things that we look at are the applicant's previous compliance history, the technical justification of why they need to disturb over 50 acres at one time, the total disturbed acres, soil types on site, topography, any state waters within 200 feet, and any impaired stream segments on the property or within 1 mile upstream in the same watershed of that property, and then the proximity to sensitive areas such as drinking water intakes, marshes, trout streams, etc. These are some of the specific design components that we're currently kind of getting a feel for. We're working with the industry, kind of develop the dynamic process moving forward on how we can get in front of these, but at the same time still allow solar to come, because we know it's a good thing, but we want to do it responsibly. So we're working with them on how we can size these things a little more responsibly to get vegetation established on these before they put the solar panels in. So these are just a couple of the criteria we've come up with. We try to get them to break up the site using natural features or existing land characteristics, drainage basins. An example, one site we've recently done down in South Georgia, there was some wetlands kind of separated out, if you will, kind of like this, like an L. And there was an area here, there was an area here, and there was an area here they wanted developed. So we broke it up into 3 segments. So they would only have basically one sensitive area, or one side of the property with a sensitive area on at a time, so they could better address those issues, and it worked well. Increased temporary sediment basins. So these are some additional BMPs that we're getting them to incorporate, basically doubling the size of their sediment basins on site, having the design professional that designed their plan come out more often to check on the site to make sure that the plan is continuing to be implemented in accordance with the design professional's design, and to make sure that the best management practices that the design professional designed are continuing to work like they designed conceptually. So they're checking to make sure their concept is a reality as far as their erosion control. And then the third thing is install post-construction BMPs, which remove 80% total suspended solids, is outlined in the Georgia Stormwater Manual. And then we have a list of 6 additional BMPs that they can pick one of those from. These are some of the more specific design components that I was talking about a little bit earlier. But essentially, big picture, what we want to see happen is they need to get some vegetation established on these sites before they put the solar panels in, because that was one, as I showed you earlier, that was one of the big areas where we were seeing a problem, is vegetation was not being established on these sites before they put the solar panels in. And then there was just several hurdles to come over, or challenges to face once they put those solar panels in. So we're trying to make sure that they get some grass established before they put the solar panels in. And so this is an example of where we are now. So the stuff I was showing you earlier is where we were last year, challenges we're facing, but this is an example of a site where we're getting them to establish vegetation before they put the solar panels in. And as you can tell, even from the stormwater pond over to the left, this appears to be working a lot better. than some of the other sites. So we think we've made significant progress in this. We've gotten some good feedback from some of the solar groups that we're working with. That I think we've formed a good partnership with them, and the understanding that they want to do this, but do it responsibly. So challenges moving forward, as I'm sure everybody in this room is aware of, the Inflation Reduction Act and the 30% tax incentive that is available until 2032. And this has provided solar companies a big incentive to expedite solar siting. There's going to be an increased number of out-of-state / out-of-country contractors not familiar with Georgia's regulations and various ecosystems as a result of this. But the total disturbed acreage in the next 5 years for solar development is estimated to be somewhere between 50 and 100,000 acres in Georgia. And EPD currently doesn't have the staff to keep up with this. So what have we done to address some of these challenges moving forward? The Georgia Utility Scale Solar Siting Initiative Partnership was created to develop a comprehensive guidance document regarding best management practices for solar development in Georgia. And the pointers, I'm gonna let the pointer work. Yeah, you can't see, but you can see up here. These are the partners that work together to develop this best management practice guidance document. It's called Best Management Practices for Siting and Design of Responsible Solar Development in Georgia. We have a BMP conference / workshop scheduled in September that's been arranged by Georgia Power to meet. It's part of their pre-bid. So they've arranged for us to meet with them and have a workshop to talk about best management practices, some of the recommendations, and then some of the requirements in Georgia, so that all these people that are going to be bidding on these solar projects understand exactly what they're getting into and the different ecosystem types that we have in Georgia. And then as the solar farms evolve and BMPs become, different BMPs become available, or we discover more effective BMPs, they'll be incorporated into this document. It'll almost be a living document, and it will be located on DNR's website. So what can you all do to help? On July 1st, 2003, House Bill 285 became effective. I won't go through all this, but essentially there was an $80 per disturbed acre fee associated with construction activities in Georgia. In areas where there is a local issuing authority, 40 of that $80 per acre goes to the local government. And if you look at the estimates that we have right now on land disturbance in Georgia over the next 5 years, there's going to be an increase in Georgia's revenue of between $600,000 and $1.2 million a year in fees collected for this program. And in addition to that, there's going to be an additional $200,000 to $400,000 a year going to local governments. You can see here how I came up with this in the slides, but this money goes into the general fund that's collected by, goes into the general fund, and it must be reappropriated by the legislature. And as I noticed in a lot of your bios, that there's a lot of people on appropriations in this room, so we would appreciate any help you can get there. But this is an example of the last 5 years fees collected. 2018, like the actual physical year 2018, is when we started seeing kind of an uptick in solar. And as you can see, the trends are kind of mirrored here in the fees that we've been collecting over the last 5 years. And unlike some of the other industries and some of the other stuff that we saw earlier, COVID didn't slow this down. It may have slowed it down, but it didn't stop construction in Georgia. As you can see, the trend is still going upward. And based on the numbers we've seen, that curve is going to have a lot more upward trend in the next 5 years. But again, like I said, in the beginning, there was a concept versus reality. But if we keep working together with the legislature as well as the industry, I think we can all work together and make this concept a reality. And I appreciate all y'all's support so far. But I'm going to turn it over to Anya, and then if y'all have questions at the end, we'll just take questions, if that's okay. That's Chairman.
That's great. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jim. Thank you, everyone, for giving me some time today to talk about agricultural water withdrawal. And I'm very fortunate to have with me two fantastic people. Mr. Cliff Lewis, who is the head of our ag permitting program. Cliff, if you don't mind standing up. And Ms. Margie Roquemore, who is the head of our ag metering program. Thank you, Margie. These are two very important folks to know for ag water withdrawal. So what I'll spend my time with today is to provide a little bit of background, talking about agricultural water withdrawal, particularly in Southwest Georgia. Then I'll go into frost protection permitting, and then I'll wrap it up with some discussion of the Habitat Conservation Plan. Based on the topics discussed, based on topics requested, I'm really focusing on the agricultural water withdrawal suspension we have in Southwest Georgia. We also have some limits on Florida and aquifer use in Southeast Georgia, which Representative Williams mentioned earlier. I'm happy to talk about that later if there is interest in that as well. So focusing here on the subject area, the Flint River is extensive. It starts under Atlanta Jackson Hartsfield International Airport, and it goes all the way down to where it meets with the Chattahoochee River, making Lake Seminole at the very southwest corner of the state. And the area of particular interest is called the Lower Flint, really kind of that bottom of the basin. And it is unique because it is also geologically unique. There's an area outlined here on the map in pink that's called Sub-Area 4. Sub-Area 4 is the place where the Floridan Aquifer and the Flint River and its tributaries are really hydraulically connected. That means if you pull water out of the Floridan Aquifer, you can see a lower water level in the Flint River or its tributary. They're that closely tied. And this is a part of the state that's been very significant for agriculture for a really long time. And we started to see agriculture really boom in the 1970s and 1980s as you started seeing more and more irrigation put in place. And as we started to see more agricultural water use, EPD developed an ag water withdrawal permitting program. This started in 1988, and initially our permits were very, very simple. They didn't even have an expiration date. And so we were issuing permits like this for about 11 years. And then Director Harold Reheis said, stop. We've got to wait a minute and put a moratorium on permitting. This was driven by a couple of different things. One was that we were in a multi-year drought. Another is that there had been interest from Fish and Wildlife on some endangered species, endangered mussels that were found in the Flint River and in that area. And there were also some concerns about the effects of irrigation, really understanding the effects of irrigation on water levels, both in the Floridan Aquifer, but also in the Flint River and in its tributaries. The EPD director had the statutory authority to do this because if you have permits that kind of extend indefinitely, you can put a pause in permitting to develop a plan that's going to guide permitting moving forward, which is what EPD then spent the next 7 years doing. And we developed the Flint River Basin Plan in 2006, which identified areas of different levels of hydraulic connection within the basin. You've got the red areas where there's a really tight connection between the Floridan Aquifer and surface water. You've got a yellow area, which is a little bit less connected, but still quite connected. And then that green zone where there isn't nearly as much connection between the Floridan Aquifer and the surface waters. And that 2006 plan basically laid out how permitting would move forward, that there'd be no new permits issued in the red zone, that there'd be some permitting in the yellow and green zones, with some additional considerations to make sure that we were being protective of the water resource. And this continued until 2012, when then Director Judd Turner issued a suspension for withdrawals from the Floridan Aquifer in Sub-Area 4, as well as from surface waters in the lower Flint Basin. And again, this was a response to a multi-year drought and some concerns about the effects of water use on surface water flows in that area, concerns about endangered species. A lot of things kind of came together all at once. And that suspension was intended to be reviewed annually. By November of each year, EPD was supposed to review the technical information and then come up with a recommendation for what we should do. Should we maintain the suspension? Should we modify it in some way? What are the next steps? Well, there wasn't a lot to do in November 2012. The suspension just went into effect in July, so we didn't have a lot of new data. And before we got to November 2013, we were sued by Florida in the Supreme Court over our water use. So attention really focused on that. We were also very hesitant to develop a new permitting regime, understanding that there was an active Supreme Court case and a lot of regulatory uncertainty. Instead, we focused on improving our data, improving our metering program, and really thinking toward the future. What can be the next things that we do for water management? So this continued for a number of years until 2021, when the Supreme Court found unanimously in Georgia's favor, which was a great victory for Georgia. Now, the special master and the Supreme Court admonished that Georgia really needed to pay attention to its water use. We had to continue to be good stewards of the water resource, but it was overall a very good thing for the state. And at that point, we were able to really start thinking, now, where do we move next? And a big place we wanted to move next was to start implementing some different tools, some different projects that would help us protect flows in the Flint River. And one of those was a ARPA-funded project with Albany State's Georgia Water Planning and Policy Center on switching from surface water intakes to a lower aquifer, not the Floridan, but either the Claiborne or the Cretaceous, during times of drought. So we had this great, nearly $50 million grant to start implementing those deeper wells and developing a way to swap. But that wasn't where we wanted to stop. There were other things that could be done for farmers in that region and for the water resource in that region. And one of those was to look at frost protection permitting. So frost protection is when you apply a huge amount of water directly onto the plants as temperatures start to approach freezing. And this is critically important for citrus and berry crops. It's absolutely necessary for managing that frost risk. And it was an option that we've seen utilized in different parts of Georgia. But because the 2012 suspension did not allow any new or modified permits in the suspension area from the Floridan or surface water, it wasn't something that our farmers in Southwest Georgia could use. So we started to look, would frost protection permitting be an appropriate next step? And we came to the answer that yes, it would be. Basically, you're expecting frost protection to be used during the recharge season, so during the winter when we're getting a lot more water as opposed to during the summer when we tend to be a little bit more dry and when we're using a lot of irrigation for production purposes. We would also only need to use it for a couple of days each year, right? So you might be using a ton of water while you're frost protecting, but you're not frost protecting very frequently. And really folks try not to frost protect if they can help it at all. So it seemed like a very reasonable step for us to look at some new or modified permitting options from the Floridan aquifer in the suspension area. So as we started to develop the program, we wanted to solicit some very specific feedback. We wanted to hear from everyone broadly, but we also wanted to hear from some targeted stakeholder groups. And I have them listed here. I wanted to highlight a couple. Georgia Farm Bureau, they're hosting us today. They were a member of that targeted stakeholder group. We also reached out to all Georgia state senators and Georgia House of Representatives members who had any portion of the suspension area within their district. We wanted to make sure that the legislature was well informed of our activities. We also reached out to the chairman of the Senate and House Ag committees. And there were a number of other organizations that we reached out to as well to make sure that we were capturing all of the feedback that we could from the farmers. We also wanted to get out there and meet folks where they were. So we went to a couple of different meetings. We went to the Upper Flint Regional Water Planning Council meeting in Reynolds. We went to the Lower Flint Regional Water Planning Council meeting in Camilla to talk about this and solicit feedback from the council members and anyone else who was able to attend. And we also held our own stakeholder meeting on June 21st down in Albany. And a number of folks who are here in the audience and at the table were able to attend, and we really appreciated that attendance and that participation. At that meeting, EPD was invited to go out to a farm, which was a very, very good idea. It allowed us to go out and see how the actual irrigation systems were set up. So in July, we went and saw a citrus farm, saw how the irrigation system worked, how it was set up, how it was used for frost protection. We also went to a blueberry farm. Those are the two biggest commodity groups where there's interest in frost protection. And based on that, as well as the 27 substantive comments that we received from 13 commenters, we were able to make some updates in how we propose to do frost protection permitting here in the state. Thanks to these updates, we feel like we're in a really good position to initiate frost protection permitting for the suspension area starting on September 1st. So we'll start accepting new and modified applications at that point. Now I want to highlight a couple of things about this permitting framework. You'll notice black text and red text. The black text is what was original from EPD when we sort of set up how the permitting would look. The red are modifications that we made in response to comments, conversations, site visits, things like that. So first, we're looking just at Floridan aquifer water withdrawals. We're not contemplating any new or modified withdrawals from surface waters. We feel comfortable that we can do this in the Floridan aquifer, particularly in the green zone, where there's less of that hydraulic connectivity. But we received some very good comments that perhaps the areas of need where citrus farmers and blueberry farmers really need to be, may be in the red and yellow zone. Well, we don't feel comfortable opening up the red and yellow zone without having more data. So what we're going to ask is that folks give us letters of interest. This will give us information like a permit application. It'll allow us to put it into the model, and we'll be able to see what kind of capacity we have. That way, if there's interest in yellow or red zone frost protection permitting, we have good data, good science, a good technical response in terms of whether anything is possible, what might be possible, and what we could do next. The other thing was that we really wanted to highlight the Floridan aquifer as the source. So surface water would not be contemplated at all. And folks asked for a lot of clarification because there's some parts of sub-area 4 where the Floridan aquifer just isn't quite as productive. So if we were only pulling from the Floridan aquifer, it might not be enough to really protect the plants during a freeze event. However, if you had a well-to-pond system, you could store a lot of water in that pond, and it could then be applied, kind of a way to make a less productive well really meet what you need. We acknowledged that there was a lot of benefit there. You still wouldn't be taking anything out of the Flint River or its tributaries. You'd still be protective of those flows, but you would be able to be responsive to the fact that there are hydrogeologic challenges in that portion of the basin. Next, anyone can apply for permits regardless of whether or not you have an existing permit with EPD, but we will need to require telemetry. So this was a point where we had a lot of discussion. Telemetry is a way for us to get high quality, quick data on how water is being used. This is not intended for EPD to be able to come in and make decisions about how the farm is operated. It is really just for us to be able to have that kind of compliance data and that kind of usage data that is really critical for us in terms of being able to defend the program. Also really critical for us in terms of being able to model and identify where there might be additional capacity, what we might be able to do next. But because we are requiring telemetry, it means that we can be a little bit more flexible in another area. Initially, we had said that we were going to just have production wells and frost protection permitting wells. We have to keep them totally separate. That we wouldn't look at variable rate motors, that we wouldn't look at any of this kind of stuff, that we really want to be certain that we were having compliance because production and frost protection would be kept separate. Farmers showed us that that was a bad idea very quickly. That was a way of increasing cost without getting any real benefit. And they were exactly right. It would require 2 irrigation systems, 2 wells, 2 everything, doubling the cost, making it much harder for the farmer to recoup their investment. And with the telemetry, we would actually be able to get all of the compliance data that we needed without any concerns about where that might end up going. So we felt that we were able to now, with telemetry, make this shift to allow 1 well to be used for production and for frost protection, allowing just that 1 irrigation system, allowing the use of variable rate motors. All of that we felt was allowable, defensible, and fully acceptable. So as we're going through this process, we're going to continue to identify what we can do next within the basin, how we may be able to look at the suspension, where we might be able to identify new options for permitting. But we need to do that in kind of a comprehensive way. And the best way for us to do that is through something called a habitat conservation plan. This is actually part of that ARPA project. A habitat conservation plan is part of an incidental take permit that you have with the Federal Fish and Wildlife Service. This is critical if you are dealing with endangered species, which we are in the Flint Basin. We have 4 endangered species, 1 threatened species, and just this past June, another species of mussels was being proposed for listing as endangered in the basin. So to keep us in a position where we have some regulatory certainty, where we're able to protect existing users and make good long-term management decisions, we can work together on developing this habitat conservation plan, which will sort of spell out all the different things we can do on the water quality side, on the water quantity side, to protect the mussels, but with kind of that final goal of protecting ag and ag water withdrawal here in Southwest Georgia. So with that, if there are any questions, I think that Jim and I will be very happy to answer them.
All right, thank you very much. First, I'm going to apologize to our appropriations chairman for not seeing his question a while ago. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Perkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you want the question to be for the water or for the other?
You got how many questions?
Well, I've got more than we have time for, but I wanted to be cognizant of your time schedule. I want to know whether or not to ask about water or the other.
Which one do you want to do first?
They're both exceedingly important subjects.
Proceed on, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Proceed on.
So regarding water, and I do thank you for steps to lift some of the restrictions for water withdrawal. I think of all the steps we could have done, the one that impacts fewer farmers in the state of Georgia is what we chose. I would say less than 1% for blueberry and citrus farmers for frost protection to use once a year, perhaps once a year. So my friends in the red zone and the yellow zone that are trying to feed and clothe the world are as mad as a wet setting hen that they have been trying to operate with not just one hand, but both hands tied behind their back to feed and clothe the world. And I would like to see us take additional steps beyond, thank you for what we've done, but that impacts the least number of farmers I can imagine that we could do in the state. Additional steps, and I know you want more data, but we've been looking at it for 10 years. Surely we got the data that we can use to support additional steps. One of which, just off the top of my head, when we first put the moratorium in place, we used a blanket across this area. Perhaps my farm, perhaps my neighbor's farm does not, the surface runoff doesn't go to the Flint. Maybe this one goes to the Swanee, or maybe it goes to the one of the other tributaries, but it is not impacted. But because I'm in the red zone, I cannot irrigate out of the pond that I built on my farm in order to, in times of a drought, I swear I'm not touching it, but in times of a drought, to water my peanuts or my cotton, and not just about in February and March for blueberries one time a year.
Yes, sir, you're exactly right. This is absolutely a first step. And this is a first step that we felt really comfortable taking right now, because we do think that the impact on the water resource will be so low. But the intent is to have something that is much more comprehensive and much broader and looks at the entire basin, that we're not just stuck in this one area. So the Habitat Conservation Plan is really kind of the framework in which we're working in on that. The goal is to have that completely done into Fish and Wildlife by the end of 2024. And we anticipate that in the next I don't even know number of months, but definitely as we're going into 2024, we're going to be having a lot of dialogue with folks down in the basin on what can we do next. We're going to have to talk about different options for permitting. It will not be just limited to looking at the green zone, but we need to have, a lot of conversation. We have a lot of data, but the way that you use the data depends on the questions that you're asking. And I think that for a long time we've been asking our own questions, but we also need to hear from the stakeholders.
So, and I would like to follow up, Mr. Chairman. So I would suggest that, instead of holding a regional meeting, so if you went to each county in the affected area, always the extension does a great job, has a cotton production meeting, a peanut production meeting, a corn production meeting. They all show up at, because these are areas where we find new ways that I can grow a crop more efficiently, have better yields, and they're all there. And I can tell you what they're going to say about this daggum mussel that you found for this wildlife thing, because it is directly impacting our ability to feed and clothe the world. And it's a resource that we can't utilize, particularly in the red and yellow areas. It is, if you really want feedback, if you go to these meetings, I'm telling you, them boys will not hold back. They will absolutely let you know what they think about the mussel.
I've been very fortunate to be able to go down to Southwest Georgia pretty much every other week for the last 3 or 4 months. I will go anywhere within the basin that I am invited. So I'll be happy to talk to any of those groups. If you can help facilitate that connection,
absolutely,
I'll be very happy to
Thank you.
Talk to folks.
Thank you. How about solar? Can I do one, or have I already
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So I have a problem with these big facilities being called solar farms. And I think a solar facility, because it's not a farm, one of the concerns I have, you have a lot of permitting for these now. So you look at where the drainage is, where the where all this water is going to go that's going to come off the top of these solar panels and these facilities, these large facilities. One of the concerns that I have, and I don't know if you can make it part of your permitting process. So there are ag lands in the state of Georgia ain't worth a toot. There's different quality of soils. Some of them, I'm telling you, you can't. It's easier. That's right. They're just holding the world together. You could grow a cotton crop on this carpet here easier than you can in some of the soils that's really sandy. That's not much good. But in some of the pictures you have, we're taking good, productive agricultural land, and you're not doing it, but somebody is. When you throw enough money at this process, then we're taking some of our more productive agricultural lands in some of the areas that some of these men and women represent. They're taking pivots down of exceedingly quality ag lands and putting up these solar facilities. And I know part of it's driven by the money. Some of our high-tech companies in the urban areas want green power, and so they'll contract with somebody in South Georgia to take productive ag lands and put it in these solar facilities so that they can say, you know, we've got so much of our power is generated from quote unquote renewable resources. In effect, all we're doing is taking a economic engine, the one that we have in rural areas, and transferring it to the urban areas. I don't know if in your permitting process, one of the things, in addition to looking at wetlands around it, making sure that the water that's going to flow off these panels, it doesn't cause problems in our rivers and streams, but also, what are you taking this from? Is it a top quality soil, or is it a lower quality ag land? But every time we're taking ag lands out of production, God is not putting a similar amount of ag lands into production. And for rural communities, farmlands is a vital resource that we have, and it's being taken from us. And I know part of it is through the whatever Reduction Act, and it's money that's thrown out, but this is ag lands we will never get back. So.
Yes, sir. And unfortunately, there's, as far as our NPDES permit goes, we can't really regulate what somebody does with their land. As long as it's within the confines of the law, it's more of how they develop that land in a responsible manner as it pertains to erosion and sedimentation control. But we run into this a lot with different, not only solar, but different industries of, you need to tell them they can't put this there. That's up to local zoning ordinances and the local government on particularly like what they can put on their lands.
But if you can tell them you can't put this solar facility here because it has too much slope or it flows into this stream, can you not also say you can't put it here because this is this type of a soil, this is a productive ag soil? Yeah. That's not part of the deal.
So part of our permit, we evaluate those things. It's not necessarily you can't put it there, but you may not necessarily be able to disturb as much acreage at one time. You would be more limited based on the topography and the soil type. But the additional BMP guidance document that I referred to with the larger stakeholder group, that's one of the things that's addressed in there. There's a solar siting tool that's provided. There's also recommendations on particularly looking at less sought after sites for other things. For example, like surface mines that could be reclaimed, brownfield sites. And also one of the things that's mentioned in there is that you should identify and make sure that those are not highly productive. And I can't remember this term that's used in there, but make sure that there's not highly productive ag soils on that site, because we recognize that there are sites throughout the state that are a lot more that have a lot better and more productive soils than others. Does that answer your question a little? Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. We've got a couple more people that want to ask questions. Chair recognize Representative Al Williams.
Thank you. Dr. Ed, I think you know this one's for you. Forgive me, but your last name's not too familiar down in Midway. But if you will let me call you Dr. Anna, and to my friend, Representative Perkle, if you think they talk stuff about that muscle, you should have heard what was said about that woodpecker that stopped us from tank trails at Fort Stewart. But would you address my water question? Why can't we get some relief when right next door to us, of course, is a green county, and we just need a little bit of water, and the good Lord put a lot of it on the Floridian, and why can't we get some?
So this is in reference to the permitting moratorium that's put in place in Southeast Georgia, also on the Floridan aquifer. Basically, the level of water withdrawal, especially around the city of Savannah, was such that we were starting to see saltwater intrusion coming into the Floridan aquifer around Hilton Head Island and moving toward the city of Savannah. And so there have been a number of initiatives over the last decade or two, I mean longer than that, but particularly in the last decade or two, that has focused on trying to reduce the speed with which saltwater is kind of moving into that Floridan aquifer. And so I think that where we're at is we're at a point now where we need to start having some more conversations about what water management is going to look like there. We are at a point where we've got the mega site coming in. That's going to be using quite a bit of water. It's pulling from the green zone in Bullock County. And in that evaluation, we did look at what would those withdrawals look like on Hilton Head and saltwater intrusion. There's some discussion of regionalization and using surface water from the Savannah to help support growth that's going to be in these areas. But then there's also a lot of discussion of, can we take another look at the red and yellow zone, because we've been making these reductions, we're seeing some improvements. So EPD is hosting a meeting with the Coastal Regional Water Planning Council. This is a group of people who have been appointed by the governor, lieutenant governor, speaker of the House, that review and make water plans for large regions. We just updated the plan in June of this past year. There's gonna be a council meeting in September that's gonna talk about sort of a data summary, what we've done, where we were, what we've done, where we are now. And we've been discussing that we need to support that with some additional stakeholder work, starting to talk to folks, especially as we're getting close to 2025, right? Because the first round of conversations was, what are we doing as we move to 2025? We're getting close to 2025 and there's no what's next. So it's less fleshed out in terms of where we're going next than Southwest Georgia, but it's a conversation we have to initiate because we recognize that there are some real consequences for the people who live and work in those areas.
Quick follow-up.
Yes, sir.
Keep in mind when you take another look at it that we don't clothe we don't clothe the world, but our impact be a little greater than some blueberries down in my friend's area. So, but we're desperately in need of some help, and it's time to take another look. When the core, with the Supreme Court's decision, hopefully the interpretation will prove to be as helpful to the area as we expect it to be in relation to wetlands. But those are desperate questions in my area, water and wetlands.
So the definition of waters of the U.S. and the protections for the wetlands will not have any effect in terms of how we're looking at groundwater. At this point, it also does not have really any effect in terms of how EPD is regulating. The wetlands definition was for federal permits, particularly federal 404 permits. All we do with in relation to that is issue 401 water quality certificates to make sure that whatever activity is happening that the 404 permit is allowing doesn't hurt our water quality. So we may end up seeing fewer of those 401 water quality certs come in, but we're not anticipating at this point any sort of change in our process related to those federal rule changes.
Thank you. We're running a little bit behind time. We're going to recognize Representative Darlene Taylor and then Chairman Jaspers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel your pain, Representative Williams. We had a problem with that woodpecker down in South Georgia. It took us 10 years, but we got a road, and that's what counted. And today, as they're evacuating Florida, we need that 4-lane. But my question really had to do with the solar panels. I have been concerned about the runoff and the water runoff and how it is affecting it. So it sounds like you've got some things you're looking at more closely now before they're permitted. The second part of that has to do with the disposal of it. We know this equipment and what it's made of is not going to last forever. Do you have something in the permitting process that they have to have a plan where they're going to go, what they're going to do with it when it is no longer any good? And second, do we need to set up a fund or something to make sure there's going to be some way to clean up this mess? Thank you.
So to answer the first part of your question, the simple answer is no. It's a construction permit. So it's basically just for the construction of the site. It's not a permitting process for the overall permitting of the solar farm or the solar facility.
Control? Do we need to do
Yeah,
something
that-
more?
I don't know if Georgia Power and or the local EMCs or the Public Service Commission have anything to do with that. But if they don't, that may be something to look at, because we have rules and regulations on making sure that the things are properly disposed of at a properly permitted facility. But unless they want to be a permitted solid waste disposal facility, then they wouldn't fall under our solid waste regulations other than properly disposing of the material. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it's something we need to look at, though. I think it should be part of the process. When you're building something, there has to be a complete project, and we know these materials don't last forever. What are you going to do with it afterwards? I don't want to be stuck with batteries like we have in other issues. So I think that might be something we need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Jaspers.
I'll be real quick. This is for James also. You know, for a layman who looks at all the MPDS permits, has never learned and taught one, and I thank y'all for what we heard last year to where we're at today. But just in simple terms, you look at what you've done with a solar facility site versus a regular industrial site or a housing site. Are the regulations you put in, are they weaker or stronger or equal to what you're doing for them?
They're equal. Some of the provisions we put on them, and we've been having internal conversations. Some of the stuff that I'm sharing with you is still kind of a draft. We're still working through it, but we're looking at more of it being across the board for these larger scale projects, because we're starting to see bigger developments in Georgia. Before the last few years, and most of the sites that we've dealt with, I've been doing this for 20 years, never got over 200 or 300 acres. And we're seeing quite a significant uptick in sites that are 5, 6, 7. I mean, there's some right now that I've seen that are coming, they're up to 13,000 acres.
Well, I guess to follow up, okay, Mr. Chairman, why are they not treated as an industrial site? Just like the Hyundai site on 16 or wherever, that they have to meet those same criteria for water runoff and retention of soil on that site.
So is there an SIC code for solar farm?
So solar farms are not, or solar facilities are not considered a industrial process the way that EPA designated industrial processes for management of their runoff. So what we're talking about here is just for construction stormwater, and in terms of construction stormwater, all sites as they are being constructed are treated the same way. So there are going to be differences based, as Jim said, on location. There are going to be some site-specific things, but ultimately what we're doing on the construction stormwater side is making sure we're not sedimenting in our streams and rivers. Once the facility is built, depending on what is happening at that facility, depending on the layout, depending on all of that kind of stuff, there may be other NPDES permits necessary. So for the Hyundai mega site, right, they are going to have a pre-treatment permit to send their wastewater, I think initially to City of Savannah and then to Bryan County. And then there's also potentially industrial stormwater permit to deal with the industrial stormwater runoff that comes out. For solar, there are some post-construction best practices, but it really is about that vegetation and trying to reduce the amount of runoff coming on. I don't know if you got anything else to add on that.
Yeah, I was just making sure. She's a little more familiar with the industrial side than I am. I wanted to make sure they didn't have an SIC code that would make them get.
Well, it just seems like if I were doing anything in my community over 4 acres or an acre, I'd have to make sure that soil stayed on my site and the water filtration. I don't see, I guess that from last year's discussion to here, we're still not holding them to the same criteria that others are just because they're a solar site.
Yeah, no, it's the same. It's the permits are the same. The requirements are the same, but there's additional requirements in the permit, or there's additional, not necessarily, well, there are additional requirements in the permit for sites that are over 50 acres. There's additional requirements in the permit for sites that are on or within 1 mile of an impaired stream segment within that watershed. And then there's additional approval criteria they have to get approval from EPD before they disturb over 50 acres. And that's when we take into consideration what I was talking about earlier, the topography, the soil conditions, those things.
Thank you so much. We appreciate Anna and certainly James, y'all coming today, and we will be calling on you as we get ready for our presentations and to the legislature. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we will hear from our the Department of Agriculture, Commissioner Tyler Harper. We are delighted to have the commissioner with us today to speak. This ag commissioner has been one that has hit the ground running, and we're very proud of the fact that he is our commissioner and that he is doing so much in the state of Georgia. Thank you for coming today, and we've already been able to talk to your able aide, Dominic Laricchia. We're proud that he's here with us today, too.
Bless your heart, Mr. Chairman. No, it is, yes, sir. You get out of the way. I got you. Oh, yeah, we could. You know what? Try to get you on. Is it not it's not a PowerPoint? Let's see. It's a PDF here. It's just a PDF. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
You can do full screen.
There we go.
There we go.
And then
We'll do it that way. Pull it. Okay. Mr. Chairman, good to be with you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Glad to have you.
To both the chairmen, Chairman Green, Chairman Jackson, thank you all for obviously the Rural Development Council and the work that you have done, and my experience in the legislature, obviously being on the other side of the Capitol. Never participated in the Rural Development Council, but I can tell you as a former member of the Senate body, the work that this council has done and the legislation that's come out of this particular body, I think has done great work and great strides for rural Georgia. And I commend all of you and Speaker Burns for continuing the work of the RDC because I think it's vital and important for rural Georgia. And as many of you know, agriculture is the backbone of rural Georgia. Without agriculture, rural Georgia would not be able to sustain. And I would argue all of Georgia wouldn't be able to sustain. It's our number one industry. It's the backbone of what we do. It's what we do well in this state. And I am honored and proud to serve alongside of y'all as the 17th Commissioner of Agriculture for this great state. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to serve alongside of you. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate all of you. Our work together so far, and even this past session, the work we've done together. Thank you for that support. Many of you helped us in a lot of different ways. Chairman Houston, Chairman Hatchett, Chairman Perkle. I'm going to start naming names. I'm going to get in trouble. But y'all, a lot of you, Chairman Smith, went above and beyond in a lot of different capacities to help us address the needs we had at the department initially, and obviously we have others, and we're going to talk about some of those today. But as many of you know, as I discussed, the role of this council is vital to the success of rural Georgia and our number one industry. And for the number one industry to continue to be successful, the department that oversees that industry has got to be successful as well. And that's the reason I think the Department of Agriculture and the role it plays in the lives of every Georgian every day. I tell people as I travel this state, the Department of Agriculture impacts every Georgian every day. There's hardly a day, there's really no day that goes by that every Georgian isn't impacted in some way by our agency, whether it's a mill or a gas station or a grocery store or pest control, you name it, we do it. But at the same time, you know, farmers are asked to do less with more. Our state of the ag industry in our state, I think, is strong, even though Chairman Dickey and a lot of our peach growers had a pretty tough go earlier this year with about 90% crop loss, which is very significant to our state. And that's one of those things that, we've got to continue to fight for. It's important what we do in agriculture, but we've got to continue to allow that playing field to be level for agriculture to continue to succeed. And we're willing to be a part of that to help address those headwinds in the industry, to ensure that we're bridging that farm to fork divide and putting more of that retail dollar back to the family farm where it needs to be, because those rural communities are vital to the success of our state. And I know y'all have heard a lot of presentations this morning. The ag water conversation is vital, and I appreciate the work that our friends at EPD are doing, and I look forward to our continued partnerships together moving forward. Just really quick, just to kind of give you for those of you that were in Perry the other day at the Ag Issues Summit, some of this is going to sound familiar, but just really briefly, just kind of a quick departmental update on where we are. So for those of you that don't know, the Georgia Department of Agriculture was the first Department of Agriculture in the nation. We're number one, and we're proud of it. So the Department of Ag was established in 1874. So next year, quick math, for those of you that are math whizzes, is 150 years. So we're going to celebrate 150 years of Georgia agriculture, 150 years of the department. We're already working on some of that as an agency just to kind of tell that story. It gives us an opportunity to use something to tell the story of Georgia agriculture, and we're really excited about that. To talk about the many different divisions and over 70 licenses that we issue, from animal health to the state vet to pest control and everything in between, and letting folks know that we're involved in ways that they don't even know. For those of you that don't know, we weigh all the Powerballs before the Georgia Lottery rolls out what the numbers are. And that's Reverend Williams, we have nothing to do with what numbers hit, though. I apologize. But I'd be happy to show you the scale where we weigh them at. So we make sure that it's fair, right? I think if we had any of that knowledge, I wouldn't have any employees at the department because they'd be winning it all the time. But no, there's ways that we're involved and folks don't even know. And obviously the Georgia Growing Program has been phenomenal in getting that message across. And we look forward to building that. We also look forward to the Georgia National Fair that's coming up. And we're looking forward to the little bit of friendly competition that's going to be happening at the fair between the House and the Senate at the Legislative Livestock Showdown. So if y'all have never been to that, I encourage you to come because that's going to be exciting, as always. And we're really looking forward to that. But we're making a few organizational changes, and our team has hit the ground running. And some of them are here. Many of you know Jenna Saxon, who's my chief of staff. Dominic's here, who's helping us with our constituent services. Patrick Guthrie is here, who helps me in my office and helping us stay straight. And many of you know Catherine Russell, who does our policy work. So those are kind of the folks to reach out to as far as our agency is concerned. Just kind of diving off into it. We've had this little insect pop up recently that we have found here in the state of Georgia, the yellow-legged hornet. Just wanted to give you an update since I visited at the Ag Issues Summit last week. We've had a few more updates. As many of you know, we found this earlier this month, was confirmed at the beginning of August. It was the first confirmation of this hornet in the United States found in the wild ever. So our team immediately went to work to find, trap, and eradicate this hornet. It is a ferocious predator of pollinators, specifically honeybees. So why is this important to Georgia? Why is it important to Georgia ag? Well, about 400 honeybees contribute about $450 million to the ag economy in our state. Watermelons, blueberries, and other crops. Over 100 different crops are actually pollinated in the United States. So you need these pollinators for agriculture to be successful. And so if they're taking out the pollinators, that means it's a lot harder for us to grow those crops in our state. So we went to work. We actually found a nest on August 18th, and our team began to make plans to get rid of that nest. A little over a few days later, on August 23rd, we did a night operation. So our team went to work at night, and we used an insecticide and to neutralize the nest and neutralize the adult hornets. And we had a tree surgeon climb up 85 feet in the tree where the hornet's nest was located, and they sawed it out. And we have some pictures of that you can see. I don't have any on here, unfortunately, but that nest was huge. It was about this big around, and what I understand, it stood about yay tall. It was as the entomologist from the University of Georgia said, it was the largest nest he had ever seen. It's been an interesting ordeal. So that is the first nest confirmed in the United States ever. We took it out. Obviously, we're going to continue to respond to any sightings, continue to trap and work to continue to eradicate the yellow-legged hornet because it is detrimental to Georgia ag, and we've got to continue to do that. So I can promise you our team is working every day to do that. I can't thank Mike Evans and our Plant Protection Division enough for the work that they have done and our coordinated efforts with the University of Georgia and with USDA APHIS and our work together to get to this point. This was a big win, but obviously we're not resting. We're going to stay vigilant. And if there are any other nests, we're going to work to eradicate those as well. Moving forward, just kind of diving off into some policy issues. As all of you know, hemp falls under the Department of Agriculture and the work that we do there. However, I just kind of wanted to bring you up to speed on some things that some other folks have done in the state of Florida. Our friends across the line down south did an operation with their law enforcement unit in the Department of Agriculture and their hemp division, and they hit 475 stores, found over 70,000 illegal hemp products in those stores, and they worked to address that. It was called Operation Candy Crush. It was the largest inspection and sweep of hemp products that I know of. And the problem is these products were specifically targeting underage kids. As you can see by looking at the packaging, those are not, that's not Sour Patches. Those are Stoner Patches, as it says on the label. You know, that's the issue that we have found and we see, and we're dealing with this in the state of Georgia. The issue is we do not have the same authorities as the Department of Agriculture does in the state of Florida to do what they did. We are restricted in some capacities to be able to address that. Chairman Perkle had a bill this past session that y'all passed out of the House. We had a little hiccup over in the Senate that would have helped address some of these issues. So I just want to bring this up and encourage you. We're really interested in helping address this, addressing the under 21 issue, addressing what's legal in our state, what's not, and we're ready to go to work. Our team is ready to go to work. We just have to have the tools to do that. We've been doing some secret shopping ourselves across the state. We have found hemp products being sold in our state with as high as 24% THC. To put that in perspective, the legal limit for hemp is 0.3%. So they are 23.7% higher than the legal limit. And so we know it's illegally being sold in our state. We know that these are issues we have in our state. We're willing to work with our state and federal partners to address it. We're just looking to you to help us get the tools we need to help ensure that this can be addressed. Now, we want the hemp industry to be successful. And I do believe the hemp industry in the state of Georgia can be successful. But as long as we have basically an open door policy when it comes to this, and people feel like they can come to the state and just go free-nilly, so to speak, in this industry, it doesn't allow the true industry to be successful. It doesn't allow them to get off the ground. It makes no sense to grow hemp in the state of Georgia when you're bringing it in from Colorado and California and other states when it isn't being addressed in that capacity. So we have the ability to have a thriving hemp industry. We just have to address the illegal side of it to ensure that that happens. As many of you know, we are in the electrical vehicle charging business now as the Department of Ag, and we look forward to taking that on. It doesn't go into effect till 2025. But obviously, we'll be discussing the funding needs and the resources we need as an agency to put this in motion. Just for so you know, in full disclosure, the testing units that we've been looking at have tripled in price just since session ended. So that kind of gives you an idea. So some of the numbers we were talking about back during session, obviously those are no longer valid, unfortunately. But that kind of gives you an idea of what we've been keeping our pulse on it and keep an eye on it. But we're ready to go to work. We just want to make sure that you're aware of the needs we have to ensure that we're able to address this and ensure that this industry is able to thrive in our state. And we look forward to playing our part in that as an agency. Raw milk is also something that's just hit the ground. It started obviously on July 1st. Our agency has been up and going and running and ensuring that this gets off the ground and gets going smoothly. We have held interest sessions all around the state. We've had a number of people that are interested in this program, many producers that showed up and showed interest, and some of which are applying to be licensed. So we're working through that process. Right now, we're only about 8 weeks, obviously, into the program. So we're working through that. I just kind of wanted to give you a brief update on where we are on the new programs that are getting going. So that's where that is, and we're going to continue to work through that to ensure that raw milk and that program is successful. A big issue as I travel the state and talk with farmers and producers, obviously there's a lot on a lot of people's mind, but foreign ownership of land, especially by countries that are adversarial to the United States, is an issue. About 4% of land in the state of Georgia is owned by foreign entities. And look, this is a balancing act. We know that there are nations that are very friendly to our state, but we also know that there are those that are not friendly to the United States or to our state. As many of you know, food safety, food security, and agriculture is national security. And if we want to really take this serious, we've got to take on issues that impact our ability to allow us to continue to be successful and our number one industry to be successful. And part of that is ensuring that we protect our ag land for the purposes of production agriculture. And especially from those who may be adversarial, that may want to grow crops for specific purposes, they have no interest in ensuring that America is able to feed itself, or that us in Georgia have a successful ag industry. So I think it's important that we work to address this. I know Chairman Perkle has a piece of legislation we've been helping and working with him on, and we look forward to continuing those conversations to help ensure that we protect our number one industry. Just to bring you up to speed, just so you know, there is some federal action that's happening. They're looking to put some provisions in the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act. They're also looking at possibly putting some provisions in the Farm Bill. So the feds are looking at this as well. But I think a state level action is also something we should be taking on and taking very seriously. A couple other policy issues really quick. The conservation easement bill that y'all, thank you for passing that, Senate Bill 220, giving us the ability to protect ag lands in perpetuity for the purpose of production agriculture. I think that's a huge win for agriculture and allowing us to allow this industry to be successful. We're currently working on the rules and appointing that particular council, and we're working through that as we speak, and we'll continue to provide you updates on that. All of you know the Citrus Commission is off and going. Actually today, the Citrus Commodity Commission is having their first meeting as we speak, which I think is awesome. That commission is appointed, and they're meeting right now, obviously, to select their chairman and how they're going to operate going forward. We're really excited about the citrus industry. And lastly, soil amendments. When I took office, this was one of those issues that was very important. It was one of those things that had a lot of public attention. Thanks to many of you, we were able to get additional funding in the budget for some additional positions. So thank you all, Chairman Houston, Chairman Hatchett. Thank you all for helping us ensure that we get that secured. We're interviewing for those positions next week, hopefully to have them hitting the ground very soon. But we did a 90-day review as well of the program. As I told all of you, we were going to do that. We are working on, after that 90-day review, we're working to address some software issues to help with reporting that I think is vastly needed to help us ensure that we're able to more quickly respond. Obviously, the funding we got from the General Assembly, ensuring that that is appropriated in a way that allows us to continue to do our job in that particular arena, and increasing our enforcement and inspections related to this particular issue. We've been attending a number of meetings with ACCG. Dominic specifically has attended a lot of those on my behalf. We've been having these open conversations with our friends at ACCG to ensure that they understand that this is important. We know it's important, and we're going to continue to find ways to address it. Many of you know, and I've announced, I stood our law enforcement unit at the Department of Agriculture back up. Harlan Prevost, who is a 27-year veteran of law enforcement across the state from many different capacities, most recently with GEMA Homeland Security. He was the director of Homeland Security, the deputy director for Homeland Security at GEMA. I brought him on board because of his experience in emergency management, but also on the law enforcement side. But we've hit the ground running. We've been working. Just really quick to speak to the pictures that you see here. One of the things that I got hit with when right when I walked in the door was the farmers market, and the farmers markets and the issues that we see there. The crime, the holdups, the snatch and grabs, and most recently, about 2 months ago, we had a shooting. Nobody was hurt, but there was gunfire exchanged on the market in Atlanta. And you know, I don't know how many of you may be familiar with the broken window theory, but really quickly, the broken window theory is this: if you walk up to two houses, the house on the left has a broken window, the house on the right has no broken windows. Which house do you think a criminal is more likely to go into? It's the house with the broken window. So if your place looks inviting, I would argue the farmers market looked very inviting. As you can see from the pictures on the left, there was a lot of trash, a lot of disregard for the rules, and we went to work immediately. I put Harlan and our law enforcement division to work out there. To my knowledge, we've not had any criminal incidents in the last month or so. We've been working to clean it up. The picture on the left is right after we took office. The picture on the right, that picture was taken, I guess, probably about a month and a half ago. You can tell the vast differences in those two pictures. We've been holding our tenants accountable. We've been holding their feet to the fire. We've been cleaning up the market. So not only have we cleaned it up from a sanitary perspective and food safety perspective, but by doing that, we've also helped address the crime issue that we see. Furthermore, when it comes to law enforcement, we had got a grant to fully fund a human trafficking position at the Department of Agriculture to help with the human trafficking issue that we have. I know that's a big prerogative of the First Lady. I know the GBI has a task force. We will be participating with them in that. We're looking forward to working on that issue. And then when you talk about this, animal abuse is a big issue. You know, we have a statewide prosecutor now for animal abuse. Our law enforcement division is working really closely with the statewide prosecutor for animal abuse to help address those issues in our state. And lastly, drug trafficking. As many of you know, when it comes to criminal activity, it's like water. Water flows to the path of least resistance. Unfortunately, we've seen a lot of least resistance when it comes to enforcement related to agriculture. Just recently, we found 40 kilos of cocaine. We assisted the DEA and the FBI in an operation in a load of peppers. You know, those are things that cause concern. And for farmers and for the ag community, why is that important for the ag community? Well, it's important because do you think they care what they sell those peppers for, or bananas, or cabbage, or cucumbers? Name the product. Do you think they care what they sell it for? No. All they care about is the fact that they're able to utilize that to traffic their product. And so why is it important that we're involved in this? It's important because if we stop that, we can ensure that they're not undercutting our producers at the market. Because the folks that are buying those products from those folks, they want more of that because it was cheap. They don't know that it might have been laced with fentanyl and there could have been that on those cucumbers. We don't know that. It's a food safety issue. Obviously, it's an issue overall, and we're working to address that, and we look forward to having those conversations on how we can continue to do that. We have stood back up with work in conjunction with DNR and USDA. the Feral Hog Task Force. I know y'all heard a lot about deer this morning and crop damage, so I'm not going to spend much time on this other than to say feral hogs and deer are significantly impacting our agricultural crops across the state. And we have partnered with DNR and USDA, like I said, to address this issue. We're hoping that we can continue to get some money in the Farm Bill to allow this to continue to be successful. We're working with UGA Extension to hopefully provide some questions on their next survey to give us some feedback on exactly the extent of damage that we're seeing in our state, so we can kind of quantify it a little better to help us better understand that. But we're looking forward to some success from this task force to help us address the crop depredation issue across the state. I will say this, as I said earlier, for the number one industry to be successful, the department that oversees that industry has got to be successful. One of the biggest issues, just to be honest with you, that I'm facing at the department is labor, is employees. It's been difficult to keep and hire people. I have currently about 60 funded positions open. I have about 40 of those posted. 7 to 8 of those or more have been posted for over a year and open still. Most of that, just to be honest, has to do with salary. We interviewed a candidate about 2 weeks ago for an open veterinary position that we have at the department. We offered them the job. They called us back and said, "Thank you, but I've accepted another position," with about a $20,000 to $30,000 increase in salary. And I don't blame them. I understand that. But that's the issue that I'm seeing day in and day out across every position that we have. I get an HR report weekly of the people that we lose. Most of the time we lose those individuals for no other reason other than better salary or better pay. And in some cases, just to be honest, it's with another state agency. So we're not necessarily losing folks to industry. We're losing people to my colleagues in other state agencies. And hey, I'm glad we're able to train them up. And I'm glad they think our folks are great, but I would like to keep them, if you know what I mean. So we look forward to continuing this conversation about how we can address the salary issue at the department and our needs and helping us fill those vacancies that we have, because we've got to be successful. I don't want to tell businesses that they can't open. And unfortunately, we've had to have some hard conversations with businesses across this state because I don't have inspectors to fill that capacity or that role to allow their businesses to expand or be more successful in their communities. And that's something that we don't want to do as an agency. We want to be an incubator for businesses in our state. And for us to do that, we've got to be successful. One last thing, since this is top of mind, especially with the news today. Hurricane Idalia, as all of you know, and by the way, that is Vidalia without the V. So for this South Georgia country boy, it took me a while to get Idalia. I even got it phonetically wrote out right here so I wouldn't say it wrong, because I want to call it Idalia, because that's the way it looks to me. So if it's okay with y'all, we're going to call it Hurricane Idalia. I figured Representative Hagan would be okay with that. Yeah, I agree. So our team obviously has a part in the emergency management response when it comes to hurricanes. We have an emergency management arm at the department. Harlan oversees that as well. We see most of the impacts are going to happen tomorrow. Obviously, we expect the hurricane to be completely out of the state by tomorrow evening. It is increasing intensity as it enters the Gulf. If there is a positive to this, the eye of the storm, the center of the storm is smaller than what we've seen in other storms, which means the width of impact is hopefully will be a lot smaller as it hits landfall. But we can definitely see 50+ mile-an-hour winds in the impact zone in our state, in the areas closer to southeast Georgia. Obviously, that's the current track that we're looking at. We could see as much as 4 to 6 inches of rain in some places, but obviously we could see some rainfall in other parts of the state. And I'll be honest with you, in some parts of the state, we really need some rain on our ag crops, but we don't need a lot of devastating wind. But we're currently inventorying all of our resources to be prepared to deploy, and we're going to continue to track this with our team at the GEMA Homeland Security. I know our team is already there. I'm actually leaving here to go there this afternoon. But I know the governor has already issued a state of emergency. And so we're preparing and getting prepared for this storm. And hopefully we'll see minimal impacts, but please know that we're prepared to go to work at the department if and when we need to. Just to kind of close out, as I said, our number one industry is vital. It's vital what you are doing to help our number one industry be successful. And we've got to continue to work together to make that the case. And I look forward to our continued partnerships and making that happen. So thank you for what y'all all do. I think just one other brief thing just to bring to your attention, since it happened just about 2 hours ago. I heard WOTUS was brought up a few minutes ago. Since it was brought up, I'll give you the latest update. EPA has just issued a revision and amendment to the existing WOTUS rule. They hit that about lunchtime. My understanding is that particular issuance went out without comment and without possibility for consideration. So basically that means for all practical purposes, it's a final rule. We're evaluating that. So far in our current look, it doesn't look very friendly to agriculture, but we're going to continue to evaluate that as we move forward. As many of you know, Attorney General Chris Carr and I partnered up and challenged the previous WOTUS rule. We were successful in the courts. The courts overturned it, but now we have the new version. So we're going to be evaluating that and its impacts on agriculture. But thank y'all for what y'all are doing. Thank you for our partnership together. I look forward to our continued partnerships and serving the state. I look forward to any questions you may have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do have some questions, and I would ask the members that do have questions to make sure it is a question, and please limit it to one question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair recognizes Representative Darlene Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for your report. It is really good. I just had a quick question about how much more your folks are being involved in the security. I'm concerned about their security. Do we have them as certified officers? Are they able to defend themselves?
So our law enforcement division are post-certified, and they're required to be post-certified.
Okay. How many do we have?
Right now, I have a total of 2.
Okay, we're going to get some more, aren't
but
we?
we've just as I said earlier, we got a grant for a human trafficking position that fully funded that position. So that person should be coming on board next month. So that'll be 3. And then we had an open position in the emergency management budget. And so we shifted that over to law enforcement because it's in the same budget. So we will have a total of 4 in the next couple of weeks.
Just worry about them because they're out there sometimes alone.
And I'll tell you, our officers actually go out with our inspectors. That's something I think our team has realized, that there is an advantage. So when we have hostile environments where our inspectors, sometimes unfortunately, our inspectors end up in some hostile environments with individuals. They have called our law enforcement unit, and they have went and met them there and helped them in that particular situation. So we'll be working hopefully with y'all to help us increase some additional opportunities and positions in that arena.
I think in Florida, they do have inspectors that are armed.
So Florida has a law enforcement division that is about 150 strong.
Okay. I'm just wondering if we need that with so much is needed now.
I'm not saying we need 150 officers. So please don't misinterpret that.
But I am concerned about them. I have to tell you, I am concerned about them out there.
Yes, ma'am. I agree.
Thank you.
No, we're going to be calling on you as we do our final presentations to the General Assembly. And we will be asking you to look at some of our legislation and everything. One more.
Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Did you have to deploy your entire force to get them those Hornets?
Yeah. So, Reverend Williams, I thought about calling you and seeing if you wouldn't mind climbing that tree and helping us out. But we did deploy a team, and we actually worked with a pest control company who specializes in addressing some of those things, and they helped us out. But we did have a number of our folks there on site while that was going on. So it was a whole operation. So yes, sir. I'll tell you what, if you want to handle the next one, I'll give you a call.
No, give me a call.
Thank you, Commissioner. We really appreciate the
Thank you,
time.
Mr. Chairman. Appreciate y'all. God bless you.
All
Y'all
right.
keep plowing.
Thank
See
you.
you soon.
We're going to go on to our next speaker, who is the Commissioner of Community Affairs, Commissioner Christopher Nunn.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you to Chairman Green and Chairman Jackson for the invitation today. I'm Christopher Nunn. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Community Affairs. I'm joined today by my colleague, Jenna Webb, who is the Director of the One Georgia Authority, as well as two of our colleagues in the back, Rusty Haygood, my Deputy Commissioner, and Ryan Evans, who heads up External Affairs. We are pleased to be here today, really just to give you an update on the activities of the One Georgia program. I appreciate Leo's help in getting everything teed up. Understand you may have some interest in workforce housing. Representative Washburn talked a little bit about that earlier this morning. So plan to cover that and also talk a little bit about some of the other rural development programs that I know are of interest. We'll try to be, where's the clicker? Perfect, thanks. We'll try to be, get you back on time to the extent we are able. Let me just start with a quick introduction before I turn it over to Jenna. One Georgia is funded through appropriations. I'm not going to talk about kind of the process to that point. I'm going to report back to you on what we do. But I think that the fundamental reason that One Georgia exists, somebody said earlier today about how important it is that we focus on rural parts of the state. An investment in rural Georgia is an investment in the state as a whole. And so One Georgia is really focused on how do we improve the rural parts of our state. And as I give you a bit of a summary, I'll start with a map. The map behind me is representative of those investments that we have made over just the past 5 years. So this doesn't look back over the life of the program, but this is just the last 5 years of investment in the state. And you will notice that there are many. I'm going to highlight quickly the fact that One Georgia has a couple of programs that exist. One of those, the EDGE program, is a program that's used to help communities with competitive recruitment or expansion processes. Those are the blue dots that you see all across the state. The equity program, which is the red diamonds, that's a capacity building program that is really important to so many of our rural communities. We will come in with up to $500,000 of investment to help expand the economic development capacity in the community. And then the newest program, which is really still in its infancy, Rural Innovation, is represented by the green triangles. You will notice that there are actually, while there's a lot of investment all around the state, there are also some holes in this map, which again is just the last 5 years. A couple of things that are important to note. Communities apply, they engage and One Georgia for assistance. We, the Department of Community Affairs, provides technical assistance to those communities. We exist as an agency to help build strong communities across the state. One of our goals is to strengthen rural Georgia. That's in keeping with Governor Kemp's objectives. But companies or communities come to us and engage us in technical assistance. We review these on a quarterly basis. In fact, we have a meeting tomorrow. And probably one of the most misunderstood things about One Georgia and economic development in our state as a whole. Funds are awarded on a reimbursement basis to communities. We don't write blank checks to communities. Instead, we reimburse for eligible activities, which we monitor throughout the process. So I'm going to turn it over to Jenna, and we thought that it might be helpful just to talk a little bit about some of the success stories with the program. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about housing, and then we'll entertain questions.
Thank you, Christopher. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of our equity program, our equity projects we like to highlight that we've done over the past couple of years across the state. So as Christopher mentioned, equity is our capacity building program. So these are not necessarily, we've got a project that's landing in your community. It's your community planning for that potential prospect to show up in their community. So it may be helping acquire land for an industrial park, or putting the infrastructure in place in an industrial park so that when a prospect comes to your community is ready. So a couple that we want to highlight is one down in Thomasville, Thomas County, is the Red Hills Business Park. And this one goes all the way back to 2013, when we awarded $500,000 to assist with water and sewer. From 2013 to 2023, over $17 million of investment has been put in infrastructure and developing this park out. As of just this past couple of weeks, there's been 5 major announcements with over 380 jobs and over $88 million of investment in this park. We had a small part in that, but we worked with the local development authority to make that happen. And like I said, that's one of those that sort of is the marathon, right? We've had a couple other quick wins. So about 2 years ago, Evans County, or a year and a half ago, Evans County came to us, their industrial authority, and said, hey, we need a rail spur in our industrial park. We've realized that we've lost out on several prospects because we didn't have this, and we would like for y'all to assist us. So we came in and awarded them $500,000 to assist with their investment, their local investment, to create this rail spur in their industrial park. Well, within a couple of weeks, they had a locally driven project that announced. So that was a very quick one for us. And as we know that in Stevens County, there's a lot of development up in North Georgia, and they have also been focusing on the industrial piece of theirs, and we've assisted them this past year with an equity award for some sanitary sewer improvements into their industrial park. But they've also begun talking about housing in their community, and that's something that Christopher will talk on, but they've actually applied for our new rural workforce housing because this is something that their economic development professionals have been focusing on, not just the industrial recruitment piece. As we all know, the Hyundai Meta plant, has been announced, but we have been putting a lot of investment over the past 5 or 6 years into the I-16 corridor. Down in Screven County, we've assisted with helping build a speculative building down there, and that is repaid to the state as a $500,000 loan. And just 2 weeks ago, I had a meeting with them. They've got someone who's looking to purchase that building to create jobs in that community. Twiggs County received some infrastructure money. We've done some things down in Emmanuel County a couple of times, but all of these are preparing for that growth that's going to come with the Meta Plan announcement. So now I'll move on to EDGE. As Christopher mentioned, this is what we refer to as our kind of deal closing fund. And these are only used as a recommendation by the Department of Economic Development to the authority board and then voted on from there. So these are the ones you kind of see in the news a little bit more, okay? You don't necessarily see those equity awards in the news as much as you hear these big announcements. But a couple I want to highlight is the first one is down in Bainbridge. And this is Taurus Manufacturing located down there. And I'll actually back up a little bit. Years before Taurus decided to come, we assisted them with helping them build a speculative building through equity funds. And because they had that spec building, Taurus said, okay, we'll actually come look at your community. So that's what got Taurus to walk into the community. They did not locate in that spec building, and they decided to build their own plant, but they've had suppliers that have now located in that spec building. That loan has now been repaid to the state. So if they didn't have that forward thought of thinking and being ready for their capacity, Taurus would have never even looked at them. And then while Husqvarna, they closed their shop in Telfair, and there was about 1,000 jobs that were lost there. GDEC worked with them to market that facility, and they were able to land a Brazilian company that brought in 455 jobs there and $96 million of investment. They've also had several other wins in the region with Regina Atlantica, which makes the Rouse pasta sauce in Bacon County. And we've also assisted several times with different expansion efforts in Hazelhurst with Beasley Timber. So there's been a lot of development in that region. Once that large job loss was made, we assisted as a state to go in and help create job creation in those rural areas where they were lost. A couple other wins for us have been in Widener, Spring Mountain. They brought in 205 jobs. Ed Morris in Waycross is going to bring 1,400 jobs, and now Workforce housing is going to be an issue for them. I've had several conversations with them surrounding that. And I highlight those in Widener and in Waycross because they also were recipients of equity awards in the past that provided them the product to be able to provide to these potential prospects. And as Christopher mentioned, this is our less mature and newer program. This one was rolled out in 2021, late 2021. This is Rural Innovation. We have only gone through 8 quarterly cycles for this. We've only awarded 7 of the 34 applications that we received. So we're seeing about a 20% approval rating, I guess you would say, on those applications. But a few that I would like to highlight, one is down in Fitzgerald, Ben Hill County. We're assisting with the construction of a commercial and innovative cooperative kitchen. The Development Authority had several local businesses, kind of mom and pop shops, that came to them and said, we would like to have a commercial kitchen, but it's way too expensive for us to fund that on our own. So the Development Authority started working with these local companies. There's been 4 that have committed to say they'll come in and they're going to share this commercial kitchen so then they can take their products to the next level. And the Development Authority is going to own and they are going to run that. They're also partnering with their local college and career academy and their culinary arts students. So it's a really good partnership. I'm really excited to get that one off the ground. Up in Hart County, in response to what their industrial employers have come to them and said, we can't find people to work for us because they have nowhere to put their children. There's no childcare available. So they listened to that, and as a Development Authority started working with their local industries, and they came to us and said, can you assist us with building a childcare facility that's located in our industrial park? That was very innovative. It was very outside of the box, and we jumped behind this one full force, and we're very excited and hoping that the locals can kind of work out the debt side of that piece, because we are doing this in the form of a loan. And the reason why is in case it doesn't get off the ground, the community can still use it as a potential speculative building in their industrial park. So we're trying to see it from both sides of it. They are going to engage with a private facilitator that's going to come in and run the facility for them. The Development Authority is not going to be running the child care facility. So Decal is going to be in there doing that for them. So another exciting one was down in St. Mary's. They came together, Camden County and St. Mary's, and they had a blighted airport in their downtown area. And so they came to us and wanted to repurpose that airport. And so they're turning into an industrial park. And we are assisting with some of the infrastructure and site prep funds for that. Is already had about 195 new jobs that have been announced and about 35 that are going to be retained through that one. So those have been some really exciting projects that we've done. What we really focus on with Rural Innovation is we look at it as more of our flexible financing tool. So when a project comes to us and doesn't necessarily fit perfectly into one of our programs molds that we have at DCA, we utilize this Rural Innovation funding to hopefully come in and assist our communities.
So before we talk about housing, let me just share a couple of thoughts or observations with you. So I mentioned earlier that we engage with communities. Our goal is to help communities to get to yes. So we engage with professional assistance and technical assistance from day one. But as Jenna laid out, some of these awards are made depending on the eligible use as either grants or loans. And that's based on law, that's based on rule, that's based on other criteria. All of those grants are reimbursement based. I repeat that because I do think that that's a misunderstood concept. And so from time to time, we'll have communities that are awarded a grant and immediately are saying, where's our money? Now, if you have engaged with us up front, you fully understand the way this is going to work. But I just want all of you to understand that we are stewards of public funds. For those loans, we underwrite those as a credit team. This would be no different than a USDA loan. We understand this is not cream of crop. Otherwise, you probably would have gone the community lending route. But we also have to underwrite those to be good stewards of public funds. All of these awards are monitored in accordance with their performance agreement. And any of the EDGE awards, those competitive awards, those are subject to clawback provisions. That hopefully doesn't end up in the paper, because those are conversations that we have over the course of that loan or over the course of that award. And if you're not meeting the expectations that are laid out in a contractual agreement, then we'll have a conversation about that and you can repay the state. Again, we steward these funds wisely. A couple of administrative issues, and I think this is fairly consistent with what you have heard from other speakers today. Local leadership capacity is highly correlative with project success. We as a state, I go back to our mission at DCA to help build strong communities. We don't come in and do that for you. So having good local leaders, Dr. Bridges talked about that earlier today, that is vitally important. Engaging DCA's technical assistance early. I cannot tell you how many projects go sideways because somebody told me that this is how this is going to work and they don't engage DCA. That's very important. You're going to hear from Greg Griffin here in a few minutes, but delinquent audits and reporting issues are, I hesitate to say frequent issues, but are issues that we run across in terms of a community's eligibility to even receive these awards. And we try to hit that really quickly and upfront so that people don't waste time. And Jenna mentioned on a couple of occasions as she was talking about capacity building, the skin in the game. I'll go all the way back to your first example with the Thomasville Red Hills Business Park. That required a lot of infrastructure investment. We can come alongside and help and assist with that, and oftentimes that gap financing is the ability to get that project over the line. But we look at what communities, what businesses that may be coming into the community are putting in the game. Well, let me talk about housing, and then we can entertain questions. So thank you for your support of the Governor's Rural Workforce Housing Initiative. You heard from the outset this morning from Representative Washburn, probably a lot of the conversations in the margins at the breaks. Housing is a big challenge. It's a challenge for most every community that we talk with around the state, and that looks different in different communities. It's a challenge for employers. It's a challenge as we try to deal with the growth in the state. The Rural Workforce Housing Initiative, the goal is simple, and that is how can we help to create more housing for those people who make up the core of our workforce, whether that's low or middle income workforce. And I threw some numbers in here just so we can wrap our head around this. This is not codified anywhere, but when you talk about low income housing, we're talking about folks who are making $15, $25, in some cases $35 an hour. If you're making less than $50 an hour, you're part of the middle income workforce in our state. So I think it's important that we can think about that as employers, or as leaders in our communities. So we designed this program with a very flexible approach. One is to invest grant funds with communities in infrastructure. That is a significant cost, and it flows directly into the cost of the home. The other is construction lending, low interest construction lending in cooperation with a local bank. So going in, roughly half and half with a local bank to help bring down the collective borrowing cost. We launched this program in May, June. Jenna, I think you did 5 different workshops. There's an enormous amount of interest in this program because there is an enormous need in the state. Our first round of applications were due 3 weeks after the program was announced. We had 5 initial applications, totaling about $10.5 million in requests. Jenna has had ongoing dialogue with more than 20 applicants that plan to come in the next October round. I look forward to, in the very near future, announcing some of our initial award recipients pending the review and approval of the authority. This is we believe, a very important and vital program, and one that you should all be very proud of, and I appreciate your support on that. Before I answer questions, I was asked, Leo, thank you for just highlighting there are a lot of other programs at One Georgia. There are a lot of other programs at DCA that address rural development. Just to highlight a few of those, and one that I don't think we talk about as much, or maybe don't appreciate how it plays into rural development, is the housing tax credit. Our housing tax credits, there's a 35% rural set aside, which means at least 35% of those credits are going to rural communities. And let me give you an example. Our executive team toured the state a few weeks ago. We actually spent some time here in Macon, but we were down in Tifton. Julie took us around, Mayor Smith took us around, and she took us to an elementary school just south of downtown. And right across the street from that elementary school, we, using CDBG dollars, we as a state, have invested in a community center. That becomes a really vital hub for the school and for the neighborhood. Adjacent to that community center is a new construction 80-unit tax credit development that's providing housing for people in the community. I can't tell you where they all work. Some of them may work at the Coca-Cola distribution plant. Some of them may be in work for some of you in the ag sector. Some of them may work downtown. But 80 homes adjacent to a community center. Well, directly across the street, Representative Houston, is a Tifton public housing development, and they said, you know what, this neighborhood is on the way up. We need to reinvest, using their own money in their community. So now the housing authority is reinvesting in updating some of their property. There is a disused mobile home park that's on 6.7 acres immediately next door. They've begun to talk about how might we build single family development for at the $150,000, $180,000 price point to sell into this community. Rising tides lift all boats, and the core of that is the housing tax credit investment. Now, of course, community development block grants, somebody said earlier, those awards were announced, the annual awards were announced yesterday. That's a very important program to invest in infrastructure around the state, particularly water and sewer. There are a number of downtown programs that we work with communities around the state, be it Main Street, the downtown development, the rural zone program, which was actually passed as a recommendation of the inaugural Rural Development Council. We have several small business lending programs, including DDRLF, the Downtown Development Revolving Loan Fund, and SSBCI, the State Small Business Credit Initiative. But we also have a number of other housing programs. And one I want to highlight before I take questions, Commissioner Loughmore in the back, Commissioner Harper, who spoke right before me, and I, the three of us serve on the Board of Advisors for the Georgia Heirs Property Law Center. The reason that is important is because whether it be forest land, ag land, housing, especially in the rural parts of this state, heirs property is a huge issue. We realized this significantly when Hurricane Michael hit South Georgia 5 years ago this October. In fact, much of the property that has not been rehabbed 5 years later is because that is it is tied up in a very messy title structure. And the Georgia Heirs Property Law Center is working with us and with others to help address some of those heirs property needs. I'm proud to be, Tyler said, the 17th commissioner. We're a newer agency. I'm proud to be the 8th commissioner of DCA. I'm proud of the team that we have. I'm proud of the work that we do. And I'm most appreciative of the support we get from the legislature. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take any questions on anything we do, One Georgia related or beyond.
Thank you, Commissioner, for all the work that you do in the state of Georgia. I think we got one question. Chairman Houston, did you have a question?
You mentioned the Georgia Heirs Property Center. Last year they came and wanted some funding. Are you going to propose any funding for him in your budget this year?
So we've been working with them. In fact, Commissioner Elmore and I were talking about that earlier. we've been working with them on multiple fronts. I know they had that conversation. I think that would be a worthwhile endeavor. I'm still working through all of the needs in our budget. And so let's have that conversation offline.
Okay.
Shortly.
The next question. You know, so I thought it was so good when somebody was talking about, I guess it was Talbot County and getting 50 employees. So many of these real small counties would just appreciate a small, 50 and 100. We can't always have 1,500 people working because we don't have the labor force. I don't know where we're going to get the labor force for some of them we have right now. But it would mean so much. Is there anything that could help us and we could really focus on small family sort of things? I know my town in Darien County, it's really, we've got a lot of things going, but it's all local people that have just expanded with existing industries.
Right.
And a lot of family things.
Right. So I could spend a lot of time delving into that question. Let me hit on maybe 3 key things. First, you talked about the size of some of these announcements. And Pat Wilson and I have talked, if you rewind the clock, 3 years, 1,000 job prospect was nearly unheard of. The examples that Jenna included up here, for example, Taurus down in Bainbridge, that's 300 jobs that include a headquarters of a Brazilian company in Bainbridge, Georgia.
Yeah,
So
I
those
was
are
just
good
talking. Do you have
jobs.
any little things for little people?
So I think that
for little people.
So I think that the first thing is recognizing
Little
those.
Georgians, not Brazilians, little Georgians.
So I think the first thing is recognizing that most of those are not, enormous, but they are significant in rural areas. The second piece is the job tax credit.
Bainbridge also had another company recently that just had
I think that was maybe 180 or 200
yeah,
jobs.
but that was all local.
That's right.
That was all local.
That's right. Well, so was the Taurus. The state came in behind the locals. That's the advantage of these One Georgia investments is we're investing in locally driven economic development so that these communities can go out and market themselves. But then you ask about let's work our way down.
Yeah.
The job tax credits are important incentives to existing jobs.
I know.
Okay? And they are very
that's one
important.
reason we've got to look at the job tax credits tier system.
You and I you had a hearing on that. We talked a lot about it, and I look forward to working with you on that. So that's an important tool. I mentioned the State Small Business Credit Initiative. That is a lending program, companion to the downtown development. Those are lending programs for small business, and those tend to be downtown operators that might also have taken advantage of the rural zone. And that is something that you and I worked together on in 2017. So I think that there are a number of programs for all size business. Now, last thing, when you think about the 300 jobs, which is enormous for
really
a
is.
community of 20,000 people, right? You have to remember that represents payroll that is coming into a community. So that also benefits that recirculated payroll that works through your community. That benefits the American in downtown Bainbridge. That benefits the local vet. That benefits all of those small businesses in a community. So you do need to think about that trickle-down effect when we talk about the 150 jobs or the 250 jobs. I understand what you mean with 1,000 jobs might as well be, 1 million in some parts of the state because it is a big number. But sorry.
I guess I'm lucky. I've got one company that probably has over 1,000 jobs, but everybody's not that lucky.
Well, and I will mention too, with our Rural Innovation Program, that's why it is considered to be flexible because it's meant to come in and assist with maybe those companies that are expanding, but they're not big enough to get EDGE or REBA dollars. And so we've gone in, Quitman County They had 15 jobs of Forester Pontoon, and we assisted them with $400,000 through One Georgia. Yeah,
exciting.
and that's exciting for Quitman County. It was a huge day. I was there with
It's a big
Representative
day.
Green that day, so it's huge for that
And-
community.
And that's sort of what One Georgia is supposed to be
Right,
about.
and that's
when
why
you
we
go back to
encourage-
the beginning of what One Georgia was.
And that's why we encourage you to engage us quickly and early, so that we can provide that proper technical assistance to guide you in the right path.
We're gonna have to take two more questions, and then we're gonna move on. Chair recognizes Representative Al Williams.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm particularly interested in the heirs property program, and I'd like to even offline talk with you more. My district, Liberty County, the Reconstruction era forward, until the 50s, was the largest percentage of African American landowners in America. So we have a disproportionate amount of heirs property because people just stepped off the land and didn't probate it. But I'd certainly like to continue that because it is extremely important, especially in hurricane season, in getting the help you need.
Thank you. I think that'd be a good conversation. We can have offline or maybe for a future meeting.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Patty Bentley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Nunn. Thank you, Commissioner Nunn. I'm sorry. You know, I'm in the funeral business and my phone would ring while I'm getting ready to start talking. But thank you. I just want to thank you and your team for always being available to me to help me with things that I have going on in my district. But my question is relating to when a community is delinquent on their audits, other than being ineligible for funding from DCA, do you have any other suggestions that we may can consider to help ensure that these audits are turned in a timely manner? Because it really places the community at a serious disadvantage when a city is 5 years behind on their audits. Yes, I said 5 years, and that's in my district. I won't call the name right now, but I'm really upset about that city being 5 years behind on their audits. And it creates such a major disadvantage for the people of that city. And I don't like it.
I'm glad you don't like it. You're not the only one that has a community that is 5 years delinquent. And that might be a fantastic segue to your next speaker. I will say that that is an enormous conundrum. We are prohibited by law from funding communities who are delinquent on their audits. And that is for reasons of financial stewardship of public funds. So it is, but you know, someone earlier today talked about you know, the dilemma and the challenge of leadership in 537 cities and 159 counties across the state. And unfortunately, you'll hear from Greg Griffin, we've got a number that are struggling financially as we speak. I don't have a good answer for you. And there's not a federal solution to this either. We try to work on all fronts. We work with our federal colleagues to try to engage them, but nobody's going to put money into a community that hasn't demonstrated fiscal stewardship.
And one thing people have got to remember that so much of Christopher's money is federal money and not state money, and they really have to go strictly by the federal rules and be responsible for this money.
That's right.
Good point. And thank you, Commissioner.
If I could add one thing, because Jenna did remind me, I talked a lot about EDGE, but most of those projects that result from our equity funding, and I could think about 9 or 10 or 12 different small business parks that we've developed around the state. It's what you're describing earlier, and I just got focused on one program versus the other. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to have our next presenter from the Georgia Department of Audits, our state auditor, Mr. Greg Griffin.
All right. I will also try to get you back on schedule as well. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman or chairmans, members of the council. I am Greg Griffin. I am the state auditor. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to talk to you about an important issue that y'all just finished talking about. I think I want to frame this up as a potential emerging issue and in terms of good government and accountability. So I'm going to dive right in. I'm going to tee this up as noted on this first page. Under state law, local governments are required to submit audited financial information to my office annually within 180 days of their respective fiscal year ends. So each year we see governments fail to turn in their financial information to us either timely or at all. And the number of governments failing to submit timely is trending upwards. So we see an uptick in the amount of non-compliance. As you're going to see on a later slide, I'm going to present, we've got about 26 cities that have 3 or more open years of where they have not filed any reports. So we're going to go over that in some detail. As Christopher said earlier, the statute that we're operating under, it ties non-compliance to the receipt of state funds. And it looks back over the previous 5 years, 5-year period. So I think there's a bigger issue than just access to funds. I think failure to be audited and provide annual financial reports keeps the public in the dark about how public money is being used, and it impairs the decision-making of the management and the elected officials. And this correlates to the fact over the last 6 months to a year, we've seen an uptick in the number of citizen complaints that have called into my office. They are not concerned about getting additional funds. They are wanting me to help in terms of, is that local government preparing their budget correctly? They want to know how their public funds are being spent. My taxes are going up. Why? Where did my COVID funds go? Where were those funds spent? So and some of you in this room are also receiving those calls from citizens as well. So I think, again, it's more larger than just access to funds. It is a transparency and oversight issue. At the bottom of this page, you can see who is required to submit annual financial information to my office. It's local governments. That means cities, counties, consolidated governments, authorities, and regional commissions. So why does this matter? So we believe if you get public funds, you should be held accountable for those funds. And accountability means it is the auditing process and the reporting process that we have in place. And what's on the slide here is basically a description of the slippery slope that we see a number of cities going down today. We fail to submit one report. Then we fail to submit consecutive reports. And significant issues that are unresolved can lead these organizations to having records that are more difficult to audit. And in some cases, in a number of cities that we're actually working with right now, they're unauditable. Their records are in such bad shape, they are literally unauditable. So for a period of 5 years, as Christopher said, they are prohibited from having access to either state funds, grants. So they can't go to Christopher, to DCA to get those funds. They can't access funds at the Department of Transportation. LMIG, I believe, they can't go to GFA and borrow funds for water and infrastructure. So, but again, it's more than access to funds. I believe it is, again, a transparency and oversight issue. So on this slide, yep, here we go. So I've got an interactive page here. So this is the filing status of cities. I do want to point out from here on out, the conversation is really about cities and smaller cities. Counties are doing a pretty good job. So this is less about counties, more about cities. So this is the filing status for the last 5 years. I ask that you pay attention to the blue area and the red area on the graph. So I'm going to move from one year to the next. So in 2018, 52% of cities turned in their reports on time. And we currently have 1.32 of those cities, of total cities, have not submitted. We'll look at those guys in a minute. 2019, 60% on time, a little bit of increase on not submitted. Next year, sort of the same thing. We've got 60% on time, a little bit of increase here, up to 5.27% on those cities that have not submitted. Here's where the trend begins to head in a different direction. So we go from 60% on time, we go down to 40% in 2021. All right, and we now have 9.43% of cities that have not submitted reports. In 2022, the most recent year we have, that 40% goes down to 32%. And right now we have 41% of all cities have not reported for 2022. Now, over time, some of these, the group that's in the non-submitted category, they will turn in reports. They'll just be late. They're not timely. But they usually take a couple of years to work through that process. But I think the key thing here is we've gone from 60% on time down to 32%. So why? What's going on? So based on outreach that we've had with these various cities over the last 5 years, this list that you see here, these are the emerging themes of why they haven't turned in their audit reports. They're difficult to obtain an audit, turnover, illness. We did go through the period of COVID. Sometimes they have lack of information, and they are changing auditors from time to time. I do think this turnover issue is going to be a larger issue in the years to come, given the shortage of accountants and financial graduates that you hear in the public. So I do think that issue is going to loom a little larger in the future. So on this slide here, what we've done, and this is, by the way, this is an interactive document. We're going to, you can get a link to this and you can work your way through this yourself. But over here, we have listed the specific cities in this chart. And on this chart, we've listed those cities that are 3 or more in arrears in their filings. All right, and so in total in this chart, there are 26 cities. So you can, again, you'll be able to scroll up and down to see who those, whether you're. Oh, we can give you a PDF, and you can have access to this software. You got it. You got it. But so you'll see the list. You can see that they are at least 26 cities. They represent 5% of all cities. And in this chart, there are 7 cities that have not reported for all 5 years that you can see here. Now, many of these 7 cities haven't reported since 2014. So they haven't reported for more than 5 years. We just dropped them off after 5 years because that's what the statute focuses in on. So again, this group here, 3 or more, where they have not filed, we we've labeled this group at risk. That's not an official term. We've labeled them at risk. The further you go away from the current period, the harder it is to audit those entities and their records. So on this list, we've labeled these the endangered group. So these are our cities that haven't filed for 2 or more years, or 1 or 2 years. In this group, again, you will be able to scroll down and find your city. All right? Yeah, and again, you'll have access to this piece of software. There are 192 cities on this list. They represent 36% of the Georgia cities and a total of 217 reports that haven't been filed over the last 5 years. So to take a look at the information a little differently on this chart, we'll show you where these governments that haven't reported where they are located. So you'll see the distribution across the state by county, and I think you'll note that this particular issue is not specific to a particular part of the state. So we've grouped this particular chart between the at-risk group and the endangered group. And so here are the 26 cities. You'll be able to hover over a particular county, and you can see in this particular one, again, this is Oglethorpe. The city of Maxey's 5 years missing. Clinch, again, I'm just randomly here. So Homerville, 3 years missing. I'm working with the city of Aragon right now. They're missing 5 years plus. Pardon me? The biggest reason? Again, turnover. They don't have the staff to prepare their financial statements and do the good stewardship that Christopher was talking about. I think that's probably one of the biggest issues. What is it again? Staffing, having qualified folks to keep track of their information, and they're having to. They can't keep staff on hand, and they're having to outsource the accounting, if you will, to others, consultants or other accounting firms. And again, it's getting pretty expensive these days. Sir.
So you've identified the problem. So when my kids were small, they're at the house, and I'd say, you got to clean your room up before we go somewhere. And said, oh, I'll get to it, Daddy. I know it's important. I'll get to it. And then sometimes they didn't until I gave them an incentive.
Correct. To
clean the room.
Yes,
Is
sir.
the next part of your presentation incentives that we could provide to
I have
get
some
these?
suggestions.
Thank you.
I have some suggestions. Again, so we're not, again, statutes prohibit me from actually going in and doing work. I collect and I report. I can't force my department to go audit them, but if they ask me for help, I can go audit. And that's sort of the case we've got with a couple cities right now. So, but I do have a couple of suggestions here in a second. So these are the 26. You can also click over here on the endangered group so you can see that these counties have one city that are in arrears. Here in this particular group, the gold, these are cities that have counties that have 2 or more cities that are in arrears. You can do the same thing. You can hover over these. You can see which cities. Yep, I will send this to you. Again, we'll get this link to you. But again, you can hover over the counties and see which cities are in arrears and how many years they're in arrears. So again, the at-risk, there's 26, 100 unfiled reports. The endangered group, the 192 with 217,000. Or I'm sorry, 217 reports. So
we do have a couple of questions.
So I do have a couple solutions.
Why don't you go ahead and finish it? Then
All right. So this is my last slide. I do have a couple recommendations given the current status, our statutes that we're in. Before I do that, just to frame this up with an overall perspective, I do want to say most local governments are accountable. They are being audited, and they are providing financial information to our office. So I think this issue represents a small group that aren't meeting the state's legal requirements. So let me put that out there first, and in context with some of these recommendations. So the first one is we can possibly ease the burden for some of these smaller cities. So current GAAP, current accounting is pretty complex. The accounting rules, they have to submit 2 sets of books. The sets of books are on different bases of accounting. It's very complex. So one consideration would be to allow them to submit 1 set of books on 1 basis of accounting. Easiest being cash, not accrual, not modified accrual, but cash basis. So that in the private sector has done something similar. They have issued a different accounting and reporting framework for small and medium-sized businesses instead of large companies, those that file, the Fortune 100 guys. So they've come up with a different framework. Large GAAP, small GAAP for private sector. Regulatory basis of accounting, it would be small GAAP for governmental entities, smaller cities. You might want to define a size that you would apply this to. So I think there's a way to ease the burden, do small governmental GAAP. You can deliver useful and relevant information, but on a more cost-effective basis. You might not have to hire all the consultants or hire the staff to keep up with cash basis accounting. The next item on the list here is let's not let these guys get into this situation to begin with and not have to address the issue. Let's create an early warning system that helps identify folks and where they're going so that we can prevent them from getting into the situation to begin with. So we've done something similar in my office. We've created an early warning, a financial dashboard, if you will, for the local school boards. And so you could do something similar. You could look at different ratios and metrics, and you can see if there's any deterioration that takes place. You can then perhaps take some action, some preventative action, which really leads into the third bullet on the list up there is to come up with some checklist for triggers for action. Develop some predetermined actions when certain triggers or gates are hit. So we're aware, and that could it could fall on a continuum where I know of some state auditors, they collect information, they report to the legislature. The legislature then acts on a case-by-case basis. On another scenario at the other end of the continuum, the state auditor tracks, they have an early warning system. They actually go in and do remediation and rehabilitation, again, at various points. So you're taking action before it gets to the point where their records become unauditable. So those are my suggestions for you to think about as again.
Well, you have certainly hit on something that's very important for the members here.
But thank you.
Go ahead and hit the
Okay, we got a couple of questions. Representative Al Williams and Representative Lynn Smith.
Let me ask you, sir. I've seen it, and it's interesting. What a great case has been made here for less cities. But if you don't have staff to run a city, you shouldn't have a city. And we do know that cities serve at the pleasure of the legislature in Georgia. We used to pull charters for speed traps. It has happened at Mountain View near airport. And I looked at Darien up there. I can drive to Darien right now, and there'll be 5 or 6 Darien police cars on the interstate writing tickets. I mean, right down the line. I don't know what happens in the city of Darien because all the people work the interstate. And my thing is, the legislature should come forward. Here's the deal. If you're late, you get fined and put on the list. When you reach 3, 4, 5 years, you lose your charter. I'll guarantee you'll see some people making arrangements because in some cities, and I've experienced this, you have 1 or 2 people there that hoard everything and will not train anybody else because they're afraid of their job. If you've got 2 employees, one of them should be able to know how to do your job.
Well, you're going to have an opportunity to sign on to some legislation.
It's got to be. I plan on being right at the front of the line.
When we formulate everything, that would be a good point. We recognize Representative Lynn Smith.
That you can use as a basis to remove the city.
That's right.
I did that with another legislative senator, and we removed the city from the books because the criminal element had settled in there. They hit all these targets and keep what you're talking about. We can add to that statute and take care of this problem right now. I understand the need to try and give them some assistance, but at the same time, we have this ability as a legislature to act on this. And so as difficult as it is, we have a fiduciary responsibility to our citizens to act. It's difficult. I've been there. We need to do it. Now, how do we get a constitutional amendment passed to do the same blank thing with the counties? I'm going for a touchdown here. I got the ball. I'm running.
The chair recognizes Representative Bill Yetter.
So what we miss in all of our conversations is as we are charged with fiduciary responsibilities for the citizens of the state, as difficult as it is to make some of these decisions, you've given us a lot of information. If this isn't a broken window to let you know which house to live in, I don't know what is. Thank you.
Bill.
Am I on? Okay. Thank you for your presentation. It's very eye-opening. In your experience, are the elected officials always aware that this is happening in their communities? Or
I believe most. I think they know.
So?
Most of them know.
They should be. They should be.
Yep.
I think in some of the smaller communities, they might not even be aware, but I'm not, because not a lot of communication there and that kind of thing. So I'm not sure.
I'm not out driving around, but I think they would know or should definitely know as elected officials.
I think it's after the fact, though. I think
definitely.
A lot of it is, but and we have found a lot of that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Lisa Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. Maybe what we're talking about here, Representative Williams, would be interesting if we apply it in light of our consolidation conversation this morning. Just a thought. But my question is, I just want to clarify something. So you said for these cities who are not submitting their audit, they cannot receive, they're not receiving state funds?
That's correct. They're prohibited.
Does that include LMIG?
LMIG as well. They cannot go to the Department of Transportation.
They already aren't. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Patty Bentley, do you have another question? This is the last one. We've got to move on.
Can you all hear me? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Griffin, for your presentation. And I certainly agree to everything that's been said here today. but one of my colleagues just mentioned about, does the local elected officials know this? Yes, they know. My question is, how can we make sure that the citizens know? Because that's what I learned. A lot of people in those cities are not aware that their city's financial future is not looking very bright. So what can we do to ensure that the people of those communities are aware that their elected local officials are delinquent on their audit reporting to the State Department of Audits? Can we put an article on the front page of the paper, the local newspaper?
That's
Can
right.
we do that?
Rise up.
Let's make sure that it's directed to the speaker. Question.
Yes, I believe part of the process in the statute is to make the local community aware that they are in arrears on their reports. I need to go back and see, to what extent we're doing that. We may have stopped that 10 years ago or so, but I believe the possibility is there should be some notice being put into local newspapers and things. So I will go back and see about that.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. You've really opened our eyes here to some issues, and we're going to be depending on you and Legislative Council to look at some of the possibilities that you can guide us on for coming legislation.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. We're running a little bit behind, but we're now ready for Mark. Where's Mark Watson? If you'll come on up. Thank y'all for being here, and anytime that you're ready to start, please proceed.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having us, Mr. Chairman. We're here with the Department of Labor. My name is Wesley Ross. I am the Deputy Commissioner of External and Legislative Affairs. They're passing y'all out just a gift from the Commissioner. We want to make sure that y'all know that we appreciate all that y'all do and the partnerships that we're looking to continue to build. We also have some labor packets I think they'll be passing out that we tried to coattail down to your communities. So maybe that'll be helpful for you. Before I turn it over to Mark, who's really the expert on this issue, I just wanted to give a message to the Commissioner. He hates that he's not here today. He appreciates the work that y'all do, serving in the other side for several years. And as we work to continue to fix this agency and the problems that we saw over the past several years, we just appreciate the partnership. We're trying to change it around and look, feel, and be different. And if the Commissioner's here, I know he'll give you a lot of examples of that. And we look forward during the legislative session to come to y'all and show you some of the big changes that we have made. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Mark Watson, who is the Director of our Labor Market Information, and can get into some of the details about rural Georgia. Thank y'all for having us.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Green and Jackson, for having us. And on top of what Wesley just said, I'm a 32-year employee of the Labor Department, 28 years in labor market information, and 12 as a director. And in these first 7 months, I really appreciate the efforts of Commissioner Bruce Thompson coming in and doing all he's done. We look forward to the next few years, really making some changes and doing some good for the state of Georgia. So I'm here to talk about labor market information. I really have enjoyed all of the presentations. I particularly got a lot out of Dr. Bridges and Representative Washburn this morning, talking about infrastructure and broadband and whatnot, because as we know, there are a lot of barriers to rural growth. And, just up here, we look at, the workforce, jobs, employment, educational attainment. Healthcare is a big, important issue. Having a trained workforce. So everything that's listed up there, everything that we want to discuss today, I'm going to focus on a certain element of the state, and the data will show why. But I am going to look at some economic barriers that include poverty rates, personal income, literacy, and educational attainment. And then we're going to look into some industry growth and some potential for growth. And we're going to look at things like trade programs, education, on-the-job training, and career pathways, all important topics to discuss. Here's our state broken out by the 12 regions. We're going to be focused on Middle Georgia, Central Savannah River, River Valley, heart of Georgia, and then Southwest and Southern Georgia. And the data will show you why. I will say that when I was first, we had our phone call back a while back talking about this. The first thing I did was research your committee and found the data that the Terry Business College has put out. So I wanted to not replicate that. I wanted to point to something a little different. I hope I've done that. Although I will be looking at some of those data points, but kind of updating them, looking at a 3-year stretch and then an over-the-year stretch in some of these numbers. So with that, we'll get started. Right here, we take a look at, this is the population and labor force percent change over a 3-year period, annual data from 2019 to 2022. And I know y'all are back far from the graph here. So the far left side is just Georgia as a whole. And then we start at Northwest Georgia, work our way all the way down to Northeast Georgia, hit Middle Georgia, back to River Valley, heart of, and then the southern portion of the state, and then coastal at the end. So when you look at the population and labor force change, obviously, in Northeast and Middle Georgia, we see some population growth, but we're seeing the labor force decline. And then Central Savannah River and River Valley declines in both. And then not a lot of action either way down in the southern portion of the state. Similarly, we're going to look at average monthly employment. You see the same thing. When you get to Middle Georgia, all the way down to Southern Georgia, you see a decline in the average monthly employment. So that's troubling. And it's not something that's unfamiliar to me. I mentioned I've been in labor market information for 28 years, and I've looked at this data before, and so it wasn't surprising. But when you do your research and look at it, it's troubling. But nonetheless, what I did want to do as well is point out some positives, and I took some of the same data points and I looked at over the year, July 22 to July 23. And as you can see, it paints a bit of a different picture. Here we're looking at the labor force and the number of employed together. And well, what do you know? River Valley over the last year has had the biggest growth in both. With Middle Georgia doing pretty well, right there with Northeast Georgia. We were talking about Northeast Georgia earlier, and that area has really grown in the last 10 years. I live up in Forsyth County, and I've seen the Georgia Mountain area grow, but I've really been looking at Northeast Georgia here over the last 2 or 3 years. So you can see we still, have small numbers or declining numbers in the southern part of the state. But I did just want to show that, okay, we looked at a 3-year period, but over the last 12 months, we've seen some improvement. So we showed some employment growth. So where is that growth? So starting to the left, we have Middle Georgia, Central Savannah River, heart of Southern or Southwest and Southern. And I just looked at the sectors where we had the most growth. And you see growth in healthcare, finance and insurance, accommodation and food services, construction, wholesale trade. We've got some finance and insurance, some manufacturing. What I found interesting, and we're going to talk about this, in Southwest Georgia, there was growth in professional, scientific, and technical services. And I'm going to focus on that a little bit as we move forward. So there's where the job growth has been. And again, this is net change over a 3-year period for these 6 areas that we're focusing on. So let's talk about some of these economic barriers that I mentioned at the onset. The poverty rate in Georgia is 14%. And as you see by the data, we have 66 counties with a poverty rate of 20% or more. And I think it's 25 that are 25% or more. And 88% of those that are 20% or more are in the 6 regions. And those that are 25% or higher, every one of those counties are in these 6 regions. And it's very similar when you look at the personal income. It's the exact same thing. 88% that are under 45,000, and then you have a couple of dozen that are under 40,000. And again, it's in these, all the counties in these 6 areas. So moving on from that, we're going to look at literacy rates. And I want to explain this just a little bit. Literacy rate, the PIAAC program, is a study of measuring and comparing adult basic skills in literacy, numeracy, and digital problem solving. And Georgia ranked 38th in the nation, which isn't stellar, as a state as a whole, with a score of 260. And we had 33 of 35 counties in one of the 5 regions that scored 240 or below. Middle Georgia was excluded. There were no counties in Middle Georgia that fell into that group. And if you look at educational attainment, post-secondary education in the metro area, 35% of the labor force between the ages of 18 and 65 have attained a bachelor degree or higher. And as it says up here, the second closest region is Northeast Georgia at 20%. And every other region, with exception to the Atlanta regional area, have more high school graduates than they do Bachelor of Science graduates. I didn't put it on the slide, but I read something I found very interesting. If you annexed Metro Atlanta and it was its own state, its educational attainment would trail only Massachusetts. The rest of the state would be in the lower quadrant as a whole in terms of educational attainment, down with Mississippi. I found that startling. But when you do research, you can uncover some interesting things in data. So let's move on. Enough about the barriers. I want to talk about, what we're here to talk about: solutions, ideas. If you look at the state's overall employment, regardless of any sector of the state, you're going to see the most jobs are going to be in healthcare, retail, trade, and accommodation and food services. That's true anywhere you look. In any research I've done, any trends analysis report I've written up for 3 different commissioners now, you're going to see that. As a matter of fact, in the country, 9 of the top 10 occupations require no more than a high school degree, and they're low-paying jobs. They're necessary jobs, but they're not jobs to grow a region economically. When I was really reaching for something different to talk about, this is what I came up with. I noticed that the Atlanta metropolitan area similarly has these same occupations. Again, you need them everywhere you go, everywhere you look. But where Metro Atlanta really is very different from the southern region of the state is robust job growth and job numbers as a whole in the professional, scientific, and technical sector. So I probably redid this presentation 4 or 5 times, and I'm like, nah, this isn't really telling anything new, but this just popped out at me, so I decided to go with it. So I've got listed here, and again, I don't know if you can see it, but professional and scientific and technical jobs include accounting and bookkeeping, tax prep, payroll, architecture and engineering, specialized design, computer systems, technical management and scientific consulting, research and development, and such. So these are jobs that require high educational attainment. They require, of course, jobs to be available and, to pursue a job in this field, you need opportunities. So, education is important. I'm thankful for mine. I love working with numbers. I feel very fortunate to have had the career I've had. At the same token, I've got friends. I've got nephews who didn't necessarily, want to go down the educational pathway, and there's an outlet for them too. And well, I'm getting one slide ahead of myself. I'll talk about that, or have I skipped? No. Sorry. I did want, this is important. I wanted to talk about this. So in all, Georgia has about 48,000 establishments and 320,000 employment in professional, scientific, and technical services. The Atlanta Regional Commission accounts for basically 60% of the establishments and 70% of the employment. If you take the remaining northern regions and add coastal, and of course take out Atlanta, they account for like 22 and 32%. So for the six regions of focus here today, that leaves 9% of the establishments and 9% of employment. I mentioned earlier that Southwest Georgia over that 3-year period showed a growth of 5% in professional, scientific, and technical service jobs. The other 5 regions, the growth was either flat in 2 of them, and in 3, there was actually decline over that 3-year period. So with that said, there it is on a graph. I think the graph hits home with that even more so than just orating the numbers. So that's interesting. Now here's where I was going with trade and on-the-job training. There is certainly a need for occupations that do not require a 4-year degree. They're essential to any area. And on-the-job training, from apprenticeship programs all the way down to different levels of on-the-job training. Your electricians, your carpenters, your retails, your plumbers and pipe fitters, heavy and tractor trailer truck drivers. I have a friend I grew up with. We played Little League sports together, and he didn't have the opportunities that thankfully my parents provided me. And today he lives on Lake Sinclair, makes 6 figures a year driving a tractor trailer. And, he's on the road a lot, but he makes a good living. So he found his opportunity. He made the best of it. Accounting, bookkeeping, maintenance and repair workers, welders. We need, welders. I remember several years ago, that was the hot button topic of the day. We couldn't find welders anywhere for certain, especially in coastal Georgia. So anyway, so there's the different type of occupations that you can have with, without a degree, and you can have a good career. And that's important. Again, every region of the state needs every one of these occupations. So just to close out here, broadband was mentioned earlier, and I really like to look at different websites for research. So the Department of Community Affairs has real good information on the broadband growth in our state since the inception of this program in 2018, and there has been a lot of growth and a lot of good things done with this program. At the same time, if you look at there's a map of the state. There's still a ways to go, and it's primarily heart of Georgia and the southern, really southwest and southern Georgia, where we still need some broadband and Wi-Fi. This is really important, and outreach to the youth, to the younger workers in all kind of different skills. I've been amazed at some of the employees we've hired that were smart, that could do the type of work we needed them to do, but they had no soft skills. I literally had to sit down with 1 or 2 of them and just kind of explain things that I just took for granted that everybody knew in terms of conduct in the workplace. So, soft skills, life skills, job and trade skills, it's so important to I mean, today more than ever, we have got to focus on our young workforce. Take a look at that next. You're probably aware of this, but by 2030, all the baby boomers are going to be 65 and over. And in about 7, 8, 9 years, we're going to have more people in this country age 65 or over than we have 18 and younger. And that has the potential to be a problem. You think it's tough finding workers now? That's why we got to have outreach. I mean, there's been a lot of important topics brought up today. The infrastructure from Dr. Bridges earlier, I was out talking to him for a little bit. That, you know, I don't do that type of research in my data, but I know it's there. And to hear it and see it and kind of correlate that with what I'm talking about, it's all important. But we've got to reach out and make sure that we have the young people ready for the workforce for tomorrow or today, really. And, you know, finally, I'll close with this. Career pathway alignment. It's been talked about for years, and there's been a lot of good work in this area, but it needs to continue. And that's partnerships with the educational community, the workforce development community, and employers in every region of this state. That has to take place. Everybody has to be on the same page. Here's what we need. Here's the training we need to provide our young people. And, you know, communication is key in anything. And that's a big part of communication that I see is very necessary. And with that, I'll close out and take any questions.
Mark, I hope that you will supply that information to Leo, and where we can look at it. And we're going to be coming back to you asking for more information, and because this is very important to the people of the state of Georgia. And we really appreciate you coming today on that. Do we have any questions from the committee? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark, for that presentation. I worked for the Labor Department. I started in 1979.
All right.
Back in the old days.
Yeah.
But we had, and you talked about customer service and young people not having the job skills and whatnot. But when we were at the Labor Department, we had what was called the old CETA program.
Yes.
Also, we had the Job Corps programs that we would send kids to, kids at risk. We would send them to Job Corps. And then the Job Corps programs had college. They could aspire to go to college while they were in the Job Corps programs. Are some of those similar programs still in existence, or are you all thinking about instituting something similar to those programs?
You know, over the years, those programs you mentioned, you know, I did a lot of work with Commissioner Thurman and Commissioner Butler. And
I was way back before then.
Yeah, and you're way back. You probably, I think Al Scott was there when I started, so you go back further than that.
Sam Caldwell, if you want to know who it was. It was Sam Caldwell.
I've heard a lot of the Sam Caldwell stories with the Department of Labor.
There's a lot of stories.
But we do. I mean, there are programs there, and I know, Wesley, I don't know if you want to talk on this, but you know, the Commissioner Thompson is very much in touch with that, as well as outreach to the reentry program. You know, that's something that he's really passionate about. And hey, you know what? When you're struggling to find workers to fill your workforce, and you got people who have, whatever they've done, they've paid their debt, and they've shown that they're ready to come out and make a life for themselves. There's something there. There's a group that can be tapped into as well. So
thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Patty Bentley.
Thank you for your presentation. Can we go back a moment, please, to the slide before this? I believe it was that one. I noticed the list of programs you have listed here, which are really good. We definitely need electricians, plumbers, and all of those. But I'm just curious. This is a serious question. Have there ever been any consideration in looking into the funeral industry? Because from where I stand and what I see in rural Georgia, there's very few people in the pipeline to become the next funeral director and licensed
Mm-hmm.
embalmer in this state. So has that been a consideration for the Department of Labor?
Yeah, that's a good question. This information here, just to be brief with it, we produce a poster really for high schools. And we do STEM jobs, hot careers, and then we recently created on-the-job training. So I pulled this data directly from that. So what this represents as a state as a whole is jobs that have higher than the average wages, higher growth rate than typical, and whatnot. So to drill down, like to your area specifically and to that occupation, there's a plethora of occupations on that poster, and that might very well be on there. But we try to, we have 860 some odd occupations, and we project every single occupation that we have. So the data are there. We take a look at everything, and we break that data out by, I think as granular as we get with those short and long-term occupational trends is down to the local workforce development area. So it's there. So thank you for that question.
And lastly, if I just a comment, Mr. Chairman, if I may, right quick, and thank you for your response. And as when I look at the word apprenticeship, colleagues, I think we could probably address this issue if we consider decreasing the number of hours of apprenticeship to become a licensed funeral director in the state of Georgia, which is over 3,000. And I understand to be a nurse, I think it's less than 3,000. So that's just some food for thought for right now.
That's an interesting point.
Chair recognizes Representative Clay Burkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But in light of my fondness for Dr. Lattimore, who comes next, I know Representative Bentley wasn't thinking about giving him enough time to make his presentation. I like to make mine offline.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation, and we look forward to working with y'all in the game. Thank you for thinking of this. Tell the commissioner we appreciate this. Thanks so much.
Our next speaker, I'm going to let Representative Patty Bentley introduce him.
Gladly. Ladies and gentlemen, friends of Fort Valley State University, I present to you none other than Dr. Mark Lattimore from the College of Agriculture on the beautiful campus of the Fort Valley State University. I ask that you please direct your attention to the front of the room so we can listen very carefully of all the good things that Dr. Lattimore is going to share with us about all of the agriculture programs at the Fort Valley State University, which is one of 2 land grant institutions in the state of Georgia.
Thank you, Representative Bentley. I am the associate administrator for the associate dean for our corporate extension program, also extension administrator. I was born and raised in Southwest Georgia. It's a metropolitan city between Columbus and Albany on 520, exactly halfway. Place called Western Georgia. When we Representative Bentley indicated that there are two land grant universities in the state of Georgia, and with the land grant purpose, we focus on teaching, research, and extension. So at Fort Valley State University, when we look at teaching, I'll just highlight just a few things that we are engaged in under the teaching program. Our student enrollment, like most of the schools in the system, this fall is looking good. They're up. So we're very pleased about that, especially compared to last year. We have an organization called MANARS, Minorities in Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Related Sciences. And through this program, we provide leadership opportunities as well as mentorship opportunities for our undergraduate students primarily. Academic Forum is another college organization that we use to provide leadership training. This year we had for the first time a meat judging contest for animal science. They went out to Colorado back here earlier, and for the first time, and they placed. So we're very excited about their accomplishments. Agriculture Future of America, student research across the country, student abroad, internship. These are opportunities that we use in order to afford our students growth opportunities. We was talking, Mark was talking about the soft skills. Several years ago, the technical college, the local industry education group as well, we was part of a survey, and in that survey, one of the things that really stood out was the need for soft skills in our students. And just recently, I had an opportunity to talk with the director of Bibb County Development Authority. And one of the things during the course of the conversation, one of the things that I asked him, I said, when industry, the way industry is moving in Macon County, what do we need to do in order to prepare our students? And his comment to me was that when he talked with members from several of the industry, they said, well, look, we can provide the training, the job training, but one of the things that we definitely are looking for is those soft skills. So they are very critical as it relates to our students. So we have scholarships and teaching grants this year through USDA 1890 grant. We had 81 students. USDA, which is another 1890 grant, target 1890s, but 12 students. Plant Science Biotechnology Scholarship 31. And one of the things that we do, we try to offer job opportunity to students in the College of Agriculture, as well as students outside the College of Agriculture, and extension research, as well as on the farm. So as we see here, we have students that's both in all categories, that's in the lab, and well as on the outside. One of the things that we learned over the years that the young lady was more apt to get on the tractor, get on the combine a lot faster than the guy. So so that was kind of interesting. We have a SAFE Center associated with our veterinary technology area. This is a center that was funded by the state several years ago, and attached to our veterinary technology area. So with the SAFE Center, we can house, I think, 80 dogs and about 100 cats. And when we have a situation like we are about to have, and hopefully it will not be as bad, but this is an opportunity during emergency. We have done this over the years, house horses as well as dogs. Now we also have housed, it's also used as a shelter for animals which have been abused. So we have done that as well, especially from Bibb County. Research. In our research component, as I indicated, we had the teaching, the research, as well as the extension component. So with our research component, in this past fiscal year, we have received over $5.7 million in external funds. This is in addition to our capacity fund that we get. We have about 50 graduate students in the master level, 30 at the undergraduate level were employed by the Ag Research Station. Over 70 publications and conference papers were done by our research components. And we have a strong collaborative network. Many of you might be familiar, or if not, we have a meat processing facility. In the meat processing facility, we process goats, we process sheep. We process goats, we process sheep, beef cattle, as well as hogs. We do not process deer. No deer. So this is just a shot of some of the goats that we have, sheep that we have. And in addition to the processing, we also package and label. So in other words, you can bring your cow in, have it slaughtered, and the way you want it processed, we can also label that for value added effect. We have, thanks to the state, to the Commission of Ag, we have an inspector on site. Whenever we kill, that inspector must be there to examine the animal. Collaboration with, we have collaborative project with UGA as well as ARS on commodity crops. A colleague of mine is doing some work with sorghum trials. They're using robotics to see what's under the leaves on the ground, on the floor, and also drones with their colleagues out of the Tifton area, I think. So that is going well. A few years ago, well, a couple years ago, we collaborated with USD, ARS, and UGA and aflatoxin contamination study in peanuts. This is one that has really taken off and shows a lot of interest with the Peanut Commission. Improving the pecan food safety through non-thermal technology is another collaborative project that we are involved in. Now, I must ask this question. One of the things that we have said over the years was that if you are south of Macon, it's pecans. If you're north of Macon, it's pecan. So where we are now, is it pecan? Oh, okay. All right, there. Okay. In our corporate extension area, we see a lot of opportunities in the rural community, and in our corporate extension for this year, we received external funding over 4.3 million, and we are actively involved with ECOP, Extension Committee on Policies, through APLU on Farm Bill matters. We are working both like in Georgia, Laura, yours truly, we are working with our colleagues across the country to make sure that our ask from an extension purpose is placed in the Farm Bill. Thus far, that is going well as far as the conversation that's taken place up to the APLU level. So we're very excited about that. From corporate extension purpose, we do have agents in the field. We need more agents in the field. We are also looking to hire some that have retired just recently. But the blue counties that you see on the screen indicates the counties where we have agents that serve primarily. But our service area is not limited to those counties. We do not have an agent in every county, with the exception of maybe one location. Our agents co-office with our UGA colleagues, and it has been a workable relationship over the year. As I stated, we are in the process of replacing agents in those blue areas. We're also in the process of looking to expand, especially in the Southwest Georgia area, the rural area that's really depressed in a lot of instances. As I stated a few minutes ago, I grew up in Weston, so there are many challenges in Westford County, Stewart County, Clay County, in that area. So we are trying to get more engaged and putting boots on the ground there. In our corporate extension program, we have 4 program areas that we focus on: agriculture and natural resources, family and consumer sciences, 4-H youth development, rural development and outreach, and we have our communication, conferencing, and technology area, which really support these 4 program areas. In agriculture, livestock enterprises, development, horticulture, organic certification, sustainable production system. GAP, good ag practices, good handling practices. We are really pushing this as we work with many of our small farmers. Right now, you probably seen pickups in a shopping center parking lot or somewhere on the corner selling produce. But one of the things that I strongly believe, and I constantly share that with my colleagues, at some point, you're not going to be able to do that. So GAP certification is what we are really pushing, not only through our corporate extension, but in partnership with Sarah as well. So we're very excited about the accomplishment there. We had 7 producers to become GAP certified at the beginning of the year. So and then we have others which have inquired about becoming GAP certified. Agri Unity is a group that's based out of Meta, Georgia, actually headquarters out of Meta, Georgia, Handy Kennedy, the Kennedy Farm. And one of the things that our former dean, Ralph Noble, who is an animal scientist, when working with the farmers through Agri Unity and other farmers, they realized that there's an opportunity for small livestock producers to really make more money for their livestock. And as a result of that, they pulled together many of the small producers, and pulling the producers together. They had to they had management skills, maintenance skill, production skill. Basically, had to learn how to look at raising that cow, push to the weight 650, 700 pounds, so you can get enough to together to really make some dollars, rather than taking it down the road to the local sales barn and you're not going to get the mics for your livestock. So that program has really taken off. We have really engaged a lot of producers throughout Georgia and in some instances outside the state when it comes to the training. This is a workshop that was done one Saturday, I think, and these are some of the individuals that graduated and participated in that workshop. Another thing that we did as a result of this, we was able to get the growers to become more involved in the Georgia Cattlemen Association. So we are very, very excited about that because that's a learning opportunity for those small producers. Plastics, we do a lot with plastic, especially in organic and beyond. So we're very excited about that. Field demonstration. This is one of our farms. We have the main campus, and then we have another farm which is about 4 miles away on Camp John Hope Road. If you've been to Fort Valley, this is about 800. We have about 800 and some acres in this site here. For family consumer sciences, food safety, FNEP, expanded food nutrition education program, family life, family resource management, and we engage students in what we call team, teaching, enlightening, achieving, and mentoring, the team success program. We bring students to campus for a couple of weeks during the summer, and they have an opportunity to work with scientists. That has been wonderful. A mobile nutrition and health unit. Many of you have seen our mobile technology, information technology unit. I have a slide later on if you haven't. It's an 18-wheeler. The one that we have, the mobile technology unit, is an 18-wheeler, 20-station computer lab. We've used that in Medicare training, farmers training, youth training, senior citizen training, the works. And it's also certified with GEMA and FEMA as well. So it's a command station if we need, if needed. But to take it a step further and realizing the nutritional challenge that we are having, especially in the rural, in the small rural areas, we put together a proposal, got it funded a few years back, and we are at the stage now where we are having a second 18-wheeler built, and it will be used for nutrition and health studies. On that system, we will have a kitchen where we can do the food demonstration, food preparation, and really targeting young parents. So we are excited about that. We was told that the delivery date would be in November. I'm telling people that it would be in December just in case. Our 4-H Youth Development Program, we focus on mentoring, healthy living, novice agriculture education, but definitely we spend a lot of time on mentoring and also a lot of time on healthy living. If you have not visited the Village Community Garden in Sylvester, Georgia, if you're through there, and if you need to go out of your way, stop by sometime and visit that garden. We were a part of the initiation of that project, and it has taken off tremendously. We have a lot of volunteers, not only throughout Georgia, but also throughout the country. At the Village Community Garden, Mr. Woody Hughes, who is our 4-H program leader, and Mr. Hughes working with Sam White, and his family at the Village Community Garden. We do orchard. We have muscadines, we have blueberries, we have the box garden, we have the bed with the plastic, and also it has expanded into other opportunities on site. We do a lot of training, and as a result of our involvement with the Village Community Garden and other individuals seeing the Village Community Garden, Turnaround Columbus is another outreach project that deals with youth. So we're involved with Turnaround Columbus, but we are excited about these opportunities. And now Chattahoochee Hill School in South Fulton, We are there also with, and as well as a lot of other schools and organizations. Our community development and outreach area, as we indicated, we focus a lot on the community. And as you can see here, we have the 3 agency heads located here at an outreach activity. And so as a result of that, from the agricultural perspective, we engage a lot of individuals from the small area as well as from the urban area that's interested in farming. Progress. This is a magazine that our team put together just recently. Why did we do that? One of the things that we have heard over the years and also seen over the years are the challenges that many of the small farmers have. Many of the small African American farmers have had with a lot of the government agencies. So what we decided to do was to interview several farmers that we work with. This is Howard James over in Dooley County, Gibbs Vineyard. Lynn Moore's nephew. And also Miss Mason is from Naylor, Georgia. This is what the book looked like. Cover the 7 farmers that we interviewed. We asked them about the different programs, the USDA programs that they are involved in. As you can see here, she's involved in the price loss coverage program, the PLC, farm operating loan, and what we asked them to do to just tell their story, how these programs benefit their organization. And we'll try to make sure you get a copy of that so you can see it for yourself. So we're very excited about that opportunity. Solar farm. We have 40. This with Georgia Power. We have a collaborative relationship with Georgia Power. As a result of that relationship, we put in a solar farm on the campus. And as you can see here, this is 47 acres of panels. And the panels capture the energy, and there's a lift station in the northeast corner. So it is pipeline to the lift station and back, and then to the transmission line. So this goes to the grid. Now, as part of that conversation with Georgia Power, the gentleman with the mic, Dr. Cedric Ogden, who is an engineer and also an extension specialist, was able to negotiate with Georgia Power for this training station, demonstration site. At this demonstration site, we are able to show students, we are able to show farmers, basically how the system works. We have panels which are different at different position at different locations, and we also have a tracking panel. The one in the center is a tracking panel as well. So we have all of those panels there, and farmers, students would get an opportunity. They would get an opportunity to really assemble a system as well, but it's not hot when they are assembling it. So, and the energy that's generated from this demonstration site is shunt to a grid close by, and what we are able to do, we are able to measure the difference in the energy from what is shunt to the grid based on what supplies the energy to my left of this site or to your right of this site. We have an outdoors vegetable processing facility. So we have 2 coolers. So we're able to really see the energy for the demonstration. The producers and the students are able to see the difference in the energy. This is our Ag Technology Conference Center. If you are planning a meeting in Central Georgia and want to just get away, be in the countryside, enjoy the birds singing before you go in and have your meeting, you would enjoy the area. We can house about 100 and we can accommodate in the lower site there are about 140 paper at a meeting of this nature, at a banquet type setting. And the house is a early 1900 farmhouse. It came with the farm when we purchased it. And if you're visiting and walk across the floors and walk across the floors, if it squeaks, if the floor squeaks, let me know. Let me know. I'll buy you lunch. This is our information technology unit that I mentioned earlier. So with this unit, as I indicated, we have a small force per se, but units like the one that we have here, the mobile technology unit, have really expanded our reach, and it is constantly on the road. So we're very excited about that. As a result of having that unit, just recently, Terrence Woodfault, who is our assistant administrator for that area, received a grant from the National Telecommunication Information Administration Agency for a project targeting minority communities. And those communities we're looking at Crawford County, Macon County, and Peach County. So that was a two-part, right at $3 million. So we're very excited about that. And as a result of having that grant, conversations have taken place with AT&T to look at refurbishing some computers for youth in the rural area. Here we're thinking in terms of 100 computers, K through 12. In a few weeks, we'll be at Sunbelt in Moultrie. When you visit Sunbelt in Moultrie, stop by our house. We will have at certain times, I think 11 o'clock and maybe 2, we will have some dairy goat ice cream, and we're going to try to have some burgers as well. We haven't had burgers since pandemic, but we had the ice cream last year. So we're located in what we call the University Row. In the University Row, you have Georgia, you have Florida, you have the Spotlight Building, and you have Fort Valley State. If you're an Auburn fan, you are down the street their way. So I don't know how they planned it like that, but that's the way it was. That's the way it is. In the College of Agriculture, we also have Head Start units, and the Head Start units are housed out of the college. We have a unit in Cordele. We have a site in Cordele. We have a site in Dooley County, Vienna. We have a site in Macon County, Marshallville, and we have a site in Taylor County. Taylor County. So with this, we're able to reach out and provide services to students in those areas, and it has been very useful because in Cordele, particularly Chris County, it is located in the community where we're excited about the location because it provides an opportunity for parents to just walk across the street in a lot of instances to take their kids to school. So we're excited about those opportunities. We do have farm visits. You see one of your colleagues there, and the purpose of the farm visits is basically to let the farmers, Representative Gilliard and Congressman Bishop. With these farm tours, we was able to learn a lot and see what we need to do in order to step up our program as well. So we're very, very excited about those opportunities. Are there any questions?
Thank you for that presentation. Chair recognizes Representative Al Williams.
Thank you. I enjoyed your presentation.
Yes,
and in
sir.
case time runs out before, I'm going to thank both of our chairmen for a great meeting. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been very informative. But 2 questions I have for you. The first one is to clarify the names of a particular fruit. And according to a wise gentleman who happened to be the father of Representative Finney Houston, if it's $3 a pound, they call pecans. Pecans. If they're 30 cents a pound, they're pecans.
They're pecans.
Right. That's where they are.
Good.
Tell me, please, about the Colorado meat judging. You didn't say Colorado was listed there,
Y'all go out there to look at some Colorado beef.
They took our students went out to answer your question. Yes, actually it was and it was processed. They were judging
Okay.
processed beef. Yeah, and it was I think it was a conference where the students participated in that conference,
Okay.
and that was the first time.
All right. That was interesting.
Much great presentation. I didn't realize you were doing all of the things that you're doing there. That's fantastic. The only thing I did not see in your presentation was about one of my favorite programs on TV, Critter Fixers. And they always talk about Fort Valley.
Oh,
on
they
their
are.
program.
They both graduated from through our veterinary technology program, and they come back occasionally, and
Yeah.
so they really have grown, expanded, and represent the university well.
Yeah, they do
Yes.
well on that.
Mhm.
Do we have any other questions? One more question.
Thank you, Dr. Lattimore, for the presentation. And I was wondering about the goat soap that we get every year
Mhm.
that Representative Patty Bentley bring. And you said you had the processing plant, you had the sheep, the goat, the hogs, the cows. Do you get the soap? Is soap really made from the goat?
Let's say the soap is made from goat product.
Goat product.
Milk. It's made from
And the milk.
It made from goat
The
milk.
The
Yes.
milk.
Yes. Uh-huh.
I've been leery about using it because I didn't know. Representative Patty never explained to me how the soap was made. So
Yes.
I usually stick with Dial or Dove or whatever.
So you putting all those chemicals on your body?
Yep,
huh?
that's what he's doing. Look how old he looks.
Yeah, we have several different fragrances. The one that I prefer, and I use it all the time, is a neutral. My skin is real oily, and so that really helps me. And for the deer hunters, we have one called Dirt. Dirt. Yes.
Amazing.
Yes. Yes. My nigga.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm going.
Well, give it to me.
I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that one back.
Doctor, we thank you so much. We appreciate you doing this.
Thank you.
Leo, do you have any housekeeping announcements other than we need to get a form from Stacy if we're staying at the hotel, our tax, what is it, tax?
Exemption.
Exemption, yeah.
Exemption on your tax.
Anything else? We'll see y'all then tonight if you're coming to the dinner at the Blacksmith at 6 o'clock. Well, we may do it a little earlier.